right. We are back. Pull up. Chat here. Alright, we are back for what might be our last day of Pokemon Unbound, depending on how this Elite Four attempt goes. So looking at our IVs, we're pretty even on all of the IVs that we want for Togekiss. I might reduce a couple more in like speed, and now we're good. Alright, Togekiss is trained. Cynthia is trained. Inosuke is not trained. Choji is mostly trained. Choji's trained. I mean, we're not gonna get much better than that. We can try, but it's not really all that worth it. Plus, it doesn't hurt to have a couple extra points of defense, especially defense there. And then let's see, Sam is not trained. Sam is pretty closely trained though. I mean, attack and HP are two cannons, only like usable stats. And then Giovanna here is just for money farming. But we have A, who is in the PC, who is trained. So really, we just have to train Inosuke and Sam, and then get the movesets right, and then we should be good to go. One thing I do want to check, though. Okay. Pokedex doesn't have a location for this mon. Get it by evolving in the earth. Oh, okay, so you're getting the Safari Zone. Cool. So let's go to the Safari Zone. The reason why I want an Alolan Meowth is because Alolan Persian gets the ability Fur Coat, which has physical damage and it resists Dark-type moves, which means it'll be a lot easier to kind of just spam it against that Dark-type guy in the Trainer House in Dresco. Plus, it can learn Payday as well, so that's 2 Payday users if we get 2 Alolan Persians. So that would be a lot of money, but this should be the Safari Zone this way, I think. So I would like to play 500 Poké Dollars is fine. Special kind of Pokeball, Safari Balls, cool. Really modes and okay, so an easy mode is where we want to look for the Alolan Meowth. Ah, I was not paying attention on how this worked. Skip to the next Pokemon. So yeah, we'll trade 5 of our Safari Balls, skip to the next Pokemon. Oh, okay, and we just got a Plusle. What happens if I just ball right here? Cool, we got a Plusle. Not like we have any use for it, but I guess it's better than paying 5 Pokeballs for that. And if we need anything for... Alright. Rhyhorn. Let's see if we can make this... There we go, there's Meowth. That's 1, we want 2. No! Perfect. Nickname for Persian Alolan Meowth. We named the other one after Giovanna. Or Giovanni. Who was an Alolan Persian? I don't even know. Let's do... So you spell Genevieve? You spell Genevieve. Why am I... Alright. I don't know why I decided to name my Alolan Persian Genevieve. Who's it? Genevieve. Alright. V-I... Alright. Bone Sweet. I mean, I'll catch it just because, again, you can, like, unlock certain things by having a certain Pokemon, or a certain amount of Pokemon captured, but I don't really have a... Still. Dude, really? Alright, what if I throw a berry? No usable berries. Alright. Oh, Hail Mary on the Pokeball, though. Thank you. Mudkip, Coolmon, but no use for it. I should have been doing this also for the... When I was like trying to catch a Pokemon to get the stat scanner. This would have been a lot easier. Maybe. Possibly. I actually don't have anything for Mudkip. Right, another Plusle. No, don't quit. Alright, there we go. Another Meowth. Perfect. No, I missed! Dude, please. I don't know how many Safari Balls I have left. 8 left, alright. 7 left. Please! Alright, thank you. This one is male. We'll go... Let's go Gene. Alright, we're all set now. Next thing for us to do is fly on over to Dresco. I mean, at this point... Sorry, my ear was itching. At this point, y'all already know how it goes. Also, has my mic all the way over here. Hope y'all can hear me. But yeah, y'all already know how it goes. So let's go here. Summons PC, move Pokemon. We've got 2 Alolan Meowths. I got a lot of Pokemon. Got a lot of Pokemon for, you know, somebody you kept saying, oh, you know, my challenge for this game is to only use the first team I put together and nobody else. To be fair, though, in terms of who's, like, seen actual battle, it really has just been this team, especially, like, boss battles. Alright, and then Alolan Meowth evolves via Friendship. So, I think our best bet is... Open our berry pouch. Alright, what stat is it going to be okay to reduce? Maybe special defense. Alolan Meowth is a special attacker. That's going to get its special defense, or physical defense boosted. It can also ruin lower physical attack. Speed is its best stat, though. Worst stats being physical attack and physical defense. Let's lower physical attack, then. Well, no, because we need Payday, which is a physical attack. Shoot. HP, maybe? Or special defense? I don't know. HP or special defense. Let's do... We won't need to use a lot of them anyways. Oh, base HP can't go any lower. Perfect. Oh, because it's a newly caught Pokemon, so it has no EVs. Right, right. Alright, this should be good for Genevieve, too. Let's check their friendship now. Gave them both like 10 berries, so... Oh, not quite. Not quite. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, I forgot that newly caught Pokemon have no EV, so it really didn't matter which berries we use. Another 20 for Gene. Oh, I ran out. In theory, I could even use them on speed. Doesn't matter what I use, though, really. Special defense. I lost count on how many I was using here, but let's see. That's another 25 right there. Alright, now let's see if these Pokemon are going to be ready to evolve when we level them up. Gene should be good. Alright, they should both be good to level up now. I don't believe I have any rare candies, which is fine. We'll just battle that Audino guy once. I believe that Cynthia and Togekiss made pretty quick work. But also, if we're gonna go with we're going with Gene and Genevieve, then we also in theory wouldn't need Giovanna anymore. Giovanna, you have served this team well. You've been great, but I think we can retire you now. Alright. Quick battle right here. Do I still have the Mega Stone on Garchomp? Yes, I do. Alright, so we're gonna Mega Earthquake and then Dazzle and Gleam, and that should just sweep the Auto-Nose. Play rough, sure, just so that we have, you know, an extra move to use against, Also realizing I need to go teach them Payday, and I don't know if I have the heart scales for that. Go Power Gem. No, we don't use Power Gem. We'll give one Power Gem. How about that? Give you Power Gems. Alright. 2 Alolan Persians. I also realized I didn't check their abilities. Fur Coat. Fur Coat. Perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for. We'll have to level them up. Let me check how many heart scales I have, because I'm going to need 2 heart scales for this. If we sort by name. Back up to H. 2 heart scales exactly. Alright, definitely going to need way more at some point, but I think for now we can go to Crater Town. Here, I believe. Alright. Payday. We'll forget Night Slash because it's a dark type team. Alright, and now we got Genevieve. We'll forget Power Gem. Alright, we are now out of heart scales, but we have 2 Payday Persians now. So, nice. Here we go. All set. Just got a video from me while scrolling 3 times in a row. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Your algorithm likes me, I guess. I also have been posting a lot recently, just like clips and stuff from the streams, so not too surprising that it popped up a few times there. That's cool, though. How's it going? Gabriel. Yeah, how we doing? How we doing? And anybody else that might be watching the stream. 50. I think the Dark-type trainers Pokemon are like level 68. So if we train these guys just to the level cap of 75, we should be good to go. For money fun, of course. Heal. Go back here. Go. I meant to Mega Evolve, Dazzling Gleam. Swift. I just wish his team was stronger. That guy that I'm battling here. I mean, I could battle other people in the time being, too. I guess that is an option. Maybe I will grab Giovanna and battle. But, I don't know, TBD. If I had a Lucky Egg, it would also go a lot faster. But that would require tracking down a member of the Chansey line. I think they also gave Pelipper the chance to hold a Lucky Egg here. So maybe that could work. Let's see. I'll look up Pelipper in the decks here. Yeah, 5% chance of holding a Lucky Egg. Oh, okay. 30% chance of encountering while surfing on Route 3. And Route 4. Not bad. As opposed to Chansey. 10% chance of encountering on Victory Road. It's also 5% chance of the Lucky Egg. Alright, let's go to Route 3 and 4. See if I can find a Lucky Egg Persian. And I'm going to track it down. Not Persian. Sorry, Lucky Egg Pelipper. And I'm going to track it down by using Choji's knockoff. Knock off the Lucky Egg, and then we'll catch it. Fastest way to Route 3. What even is Route 3? It's Route 2, Route 1. Oh. It's here. Okay, cool. Never mind, don't have to fly. Don't have to fly. Of course, the real question is it even worth trying to track down Pelipper? Or would I be better off just, kind of letting it go and leveling up the regular way at this point? It's only like 20 levels. Alright, that's the Horror City. That's not what we're trying to do. Dresco. Route 3 should be north of Dresco. Oh, it's one of the guys' Vivillons. Oh, I have to battle it, don't I? Yeah. Alright, fake out. Alright, there we go. Route 3. Let's grab this PM real quick. Tracked. Alright. Don't quite have a use case for that, but... They're the wild Pokemon. Alright, and why are there so many islands? Man, I'm trying to spawn Pokemon. Keep ending up on dry land by accident. Alright, there we go. Should be a good place to just... Okay, man. You know what? Also, I thought it was a 3% chance or 30% chance encounter with Pelipper. There we go. I was gonna say I thought it was 30% chance encounter, but I've only gotten Tentacool. Out of curiosity, I wonder what the encounter rate is on Tentacool. And I know Tentacruel can be found there too, versus Pelipper. I'm just wondering, because if Pelipper's a 30% chance encounter rate, like that's pretty high for a wild Pokemon encounter rate. Let's see here. As far as surfing goes, okay, yeah, Tentacool is 60. Pelipper is 30, and the remaining 10 is split between Araquanid and Tentacool. That makes sense. Alright, we're gonna go, oh, I don't have knockoff! Oh, I'm mad. I'm mad. I forgot to reteach knockoff. Is knockoff a TM in this game? That's what I gotta find out. Because I just used all of my heart skills. Ugh, they didn't make knockoff a TM. That's so annoying. Okay, change of plans then. We gotta find a Pokemon with Frisk. Yeah. Which we can do. It's not gonna be the end of the world if we have to. Question is, who do we want to use? Frisk. Use Furret. I feel like that's going to be an easy one to grab. Furret can be found in routes, or we can evolve Sentret. Ooh, okay. Never mind on that. Dusclops. Rift Cave, basement floor 1F. How's the game going so fast? Speeding up my gameplay. Really fast fingers is all. No, that's not true. Because this is not an official Pokemon game, I can play it on a system that allows for speeding up the game. Rift Cave. I'm blanking on where Rift Cave was, and I could always just Google it, but... Oh wait, I remember. It's, isn't it in, like, the horror, like, right? Yeah, Rift Cave. Although it did say the basement floor, and if I recall... we couldn't, like, get anywhere in Rift Cave, right? Because it kept, trapping us. But we'll see. Did that say B1F? If that said B1F, then... Nope, this is 1F. We need to be in B1F. I think I'm just trapped here now. Okay. Let's see where we can find Duskull then. Oh, Frisk is a hidden ability too. don't like that. Never mind. Gannett. Gothita, Gotharita, and Gothitelle are also options. Or 12 at night, there's a 15% chance of encountering one. And why are all the Pokemon with the useful abilities like 2% encounter rate in an area that we can't even access yet until post-game? What's going on here, bro? What are we doing? What do they want me to do? Okay, so we can actually find Centred in Route 3 on a swarm. Swarms between mass outbreak events occur every hour of every day in various locations, but when appearing these storms usually cannot be found a million away, so it's one each storm lasts 1 hour, and it depends on the hour every hour. Date today is the 26th. That means that at 4 p.m. there's a Centra outbreak. However, it is not currently 4 p.m., but we can always change it to 4 p.m. Let's head back to Route 3. Also, just realized we can fly to Route 3, which is pretty cool. But we are going to go... What was that? Something just made noise. What gen is this game? This is not an official Pokemon game, so it's not any generation. Although it has Pokemon from up to Generation 8 in it. 1 through 7 in the main story, and then Gen 8 Pokemon in the post game. Alright, hold on, we gotta, Alright. Yeah. I forgot that you can't do it with, Alright, yeah. Forgot that you can't mess with the game's time settings, or the game's like time override settings while it's running. But now that we have that, so we're gonna want it to be 4 p.m. So I can do that. Not setting time automatically. Instead, we are making it. It's every hour, so we can have it just like for. Oh, that is AM, not PM. Oops. PM. Alright, there we go. Now we should be able to find Sentry in the grass here. Or not. There we go. Does it have Frisk, though? That's what I was not paying attention to. I feel like I would have known by now, right? Alright, let's run and then encounter another one. Alright, Sentry. No Frisk, so I must have Keen Eye. Unless I just don't have a held item on Choji. I don't have a held item on Choji. Okay. Well, I guess you have no way of knowing if the Pokemon that you are trying to catch has Frisk if you don't have an actual item on. So let's put an item on our lead Pokemon this time. Alright. JJ. No Frisk. Are there like bigger patches of grass also? There we go. Cube. Steps I'm taking, man. I'm glad that I, Alright, Centrit's name, I don't know, GPS. Well, we're trying to find items, not, 1,000 machine. There we go. 1,000 machine. Fill the 15, and then we can go. So back to Dresco, I guess. Temporary swap for Garchomp. Actually, no, she's not temporary swap for Garchomp. It's temporary swap for Hariyama. I don't know many Pokemon only like Gen 1 Pokemon. Oh man, you gotta catch up. You gotta catch up. That was 30 years ago, brother. You got a lot of catching up to do. Plus the Gen 1 games. I mean, so have you not played any Pokemon past Gen 1 then? In which case, you really got to catch up, because those Gen 1 games are pretty abysmal, as they are. Remakes are good, though. But the games, the originals, yeah, they're pretty trash. 15, 16... I thought you just needed like level 30 or something. Sure, we'll learn Hyper Voice, because why not? First gotta run Hyper Voice for it. Alright, this should be good. We don't need agility. Okay, now all we need is... First, reveals foes held item. Switch. Put JJ in the front of our party. This is going to make things a lot faster in terms of just being able to like complete missions and stuff. Because we're going to need certain Pokemon for certain missions and then certain missions for certain items. But the biggest time constraint there usually ends up being the amount of time it just takes to like get those Pokemon that we need ready. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need to center it anymore, so let me get out the water. Yeah, let's do that. Or get in the water, I should say. Also a little under-leveled, but can't escape. Okay, that's not great. It means that we are slower than Tentacool. Alright, Pelipper. Frisk. Pretty Wing. Ah! Alright, not what we wanted. Maybe I will battle these things, though, for the free XP. Wow, I don't have any moves for it. Alright. 550. Yeah, because we can't escape from... Alright, back to Dresco. Oops. Fly. This way. I mean, by the time I get this lucky, I get this rate. I'll already have Pokemon that are Genevieve and Jean will be the levels that I need them to be. Oh, Dazzling Machine, you should not be lead here. We're going to swap you for JJ instantly. And then we're going to have Cynthia Mega Evolve and go Earthquake. Yeah, Dazzling didn't know, man, but we don't need it to. Alright, there we go. Now with Dazzling Machine at level 40, should be good enough to outspeed and thus be able to run away from literally anything that is not Pelipper. That should include Tentacruel now. Oh, Araquanid. It's cool because we don't have that Pokemon and we've never encountered one, but... Alright, found Pretty Wing! Pretty Wing. I'm gonna encounter a shiny faster than I'm gonna encounter a Pelipper with a Lucky Egg. Did I miss something? Did it not have an item? Oh, if it had a Lucky Egg and I missed it, that's on me. Maybe I'll go like slightly slower, but I don't think First even procced there. Found Mystic Water. Do I have a use case for Mystic Water? I don't have any Pokemon that learn Water type moves. But I might in the future, so maybe I will actually fight here. Just so I can grab the Mystic Water. Maybe we'll do... It should have Water Bubble, which means that this should not do, like, anything at all. Alright, that works. Cool. Grab the Mystic Water. Yeah. I don't think I'll need the Mystic Water, but it doesn't hurt to have. You never know what might cook up. Jeez. Alright, Pelipper. And found what? I went too fast. That's annoying. Do I just go Cube here? Take the risk? Fight Hyper Voice, because yeah, we run Hyper Voice. One. Yeah, Pretty Wing. Ah! Exactly as I feared. Pelipper. Yeah, I only have Fire Red, which I don't think is Gen. So Fire Red is technically Gen 3. Fire Red takes place in the Kanto region, which which was released in the first generation. You're correct about that. However, Fire Red is a remake of the original games that came out it came out shortly after. But it came out around the same time as Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, which are like the main series games of Gen 3. So yeah, Fire Red and Leaf Green are technically Gen 3. And the only reason why it matters, like, yeah, it's Generation 1 Pokemon. The only reason why it does matter that it's Gen 3 is because it would also incorporate, like, a lot of Gen 3 mechanics. So things like abilities and weather, even, the Dark and Steel typings, which didn't exist in Generation 1, all exist in Fire Red and Leaf Green. So yeah, those are going to be Gen 3 games. No item here. It's a little confusing. Yeah, you gotta go by when the games came out instead of like which Pokemon are in them. And found Pretty Wing again. Run. Alright, I'm about to give up on trying to find this Lucky Egg. I feel like at this point, by the time, like all this time that I've spent trying to find a Lucky Egg to speed up the leveling up of my 2 Persians, I feel like I could have just gotten them to the level that I need them to be. Found its Pretty Wing. Alright, I'm going to give it one more chance. If I find a Pelipper and it doesn't have a Lucky Egg, I'm just going to go back to Dresco. Here we go. Pelipper. Frisk. And found is Pretty Wing. Alright, yeah. Let's run, and then we're just gonna go back to Dresco. We tried. And maybe one day, if we do come back to this, then we know that we at least have Frisk available to us, but it's just not worth it. Too time consuming. Because the only reason why we need Jean and Genevieve is to fund our EV training. And the only reason why we needed the lucky egg was to level them up quicker so that we can money farm with them, but for Amnesia, I guess Dowsing Machine can get some levels while we're here too. Like higher level Pokemon and stuff. But here, I'll actually just swap back. Yeah, let's move Giovanna back on the team. That way, in the event that Jean or Genevieve were to faint against, I think his name is Bram, is the Dark type trainer that gives us a lot of money. If either of them were to faint, we still have another Payday user. I want to join your Discord, not promote. I mean, I don't know anything about your Discord. What's the Discord about? If you want, well, you have to have a private combo so you don't get banned. Banned from what? What's going on? What happened? What are we talking about? Sorry, I've been like overloading my brain with Pokemon Unbound. Bro, we have everything. Okay. I mean, I could use about $500,000 right now. If y'all got that for me, I am in. Consider me overly in. Most streamers time people out for promoting. I mean, I'm not going to time you out just for asking if you want to join the Discord server. Or if I want to join the Discord server. But I don't know anything about it. Like, I don't know what it is, you know? I meant like talking to people. Ah, got you, got you. Honestly, I could attempt with Genevieve and Jean right now. Right, at level 64 with Fur Coat, they're gonna resist a lot of what Bram's team has. So what I could always try to do is, right, so we start by giving Amulet Coin to one of them, Genevieve, for example. The only thing that we really have to worry about is close combat. So let's actually go play rough first on Pangoro, just to get rid of that. And then we go Payday spam here. All right, so we have 4x super effective move. Pangoro lives that. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, alright. Well, we lost Jean! No, we lost Genevieve. Alright, we'll go Payday again on Pangoro. And then Payday again on Mightyena. Alright, and we lost Jean. So Jean and Genevieve are clearly not ready for the team. They're not ready for the team, or double Alolan Persian to spam Payday is just a bad strategy. And I've just been wasting time doing that this whole time. Picked up 3,500 extra Poké Dollars, so I guess that worked. But I don't think that was quite what we were aiming for either. I could try to get them another level. How much money do I have also? That is worth checking. 200,000. Cool, good to know. I'll even come back inside to battle him. What do y'all talk about in the disc? Is it like a promotion Discord server? Like, is that what it's for? Has level 66 on both of them. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to click Earthquake. I've been going Outrage. Alright, Genevieve actually matches Bram's team in level. So let's try this time. Oh, wrong Pokemon. Alright, Dazzling Gleam, and then we will switch into Genevieve. And then we'll switch into Jean, and then we'll just start Payday spam from here. I don't know what moves these are. But I guess it doesn't all really matter all that much anymore. Now that they got their paydays off, and then we go payday here. Another payday there. Alright, that should be a lot of money. So normal 18k plus another 4850. There we go. 236k. Alright. I think now what I'm gonna do is focus on EV training a little bit here. Let's EV train Emboar. So pull up Emboar stats. HP attack. Special attack is not terrible on Emboar actually. But we are Adamant Nature and its move pool definitely calls for more physical attacks. So I think I'm going to max out HP and attack with a little bit of investment into special defense. Yeah, because Emboar's one bad stat is special defense. So I feel like actually maybe physical defense would be better there. Alright, that's fine. So let's go and buy 0 HP ups. Oh, we need 25. I only have 24 now. Alright. Just going on early stream today. What time do I normally do streams? Typically in like the late afternoon / evening, I would say. Yeah, usually like late afternoon, evening around like 6-ish Eastern. If you're Central Time, that's like 5. If you are Pacific, that's like 3. But yeah, typically like late afternoons, early evenings. But it's a weekend, so I don't have to, stream after work. Even if it is like a Saturday, I'll sometimes also do in like the afternoon, evening. But today, I had a lot to do in this game, so we decided to stream a little bit earlier. Alright, so we need money. We'll check Inosuke's stats afterwards. First thing, though, is, yeah, we need money. Jean and Genevieve. Y'all lead here. Lead with a play rough and a payday. How does it survive a... Jeez, man. I mean, I know we're not, like, physical attackers and all that. But, like, I don't know. Excuse me for expecting that we could possibly take out a Pangoro with the 4x super effective move. Alright, payday spam. Oh, yawn on the Mighty Anna. That's annoying. Alright, let's go here and Dazzling Gleam. Put a stop to that real quick. Alright, we still pick up a good amount of money even when they faint, which is good. Maybe I need to double play rough here. Yeah. Alright, double play rough, and then we get hit with yawn spam from Mighty Anna, which is annoying, but whatever. I guess that's what happens when you go up against the genius of yawn Mighty Anna. Payday, payday. Should probably do something about that Malamar, if I haven't already, right? Give it a little bit of damage here and then finish it off with the Dazzling Gleam. Oh, wait, did I U-turn? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to payday. But U-turn also probably did huge damage. Yeah, alright. Just will low sweep Dazzling Gleam. Didn't pick up nearly as much money that time. That's alright. Play rough. Play rough. Oh, one of them missed. Shoot. That's not great. Whatever. Double up payday should take out Pangoro here. Nope. Dude, why is this Pangoro the tankiest Pokemon in the world? I mean, I know that, that Persian's not exactly known for being, like, the heaviest hitter, but I don't know. Maybe I need to do some recalculations, because I would have thought that double play rough would have definitely put Pangoro in the mud. But I can be wrong. And clearly I am. I guess in that case, it's probably more worth it just going with the paydays. Because we're cooked anyways, you know? Like, somebody's gonna faint. We just use payday until all our Persians fail. And then we send in JJ to sweep with Dazzling Gleam. And if at any point Persian wakes up, Dark Pulse, I guess. If any point Persian wakes up, we get an extra payday off for JJ sweeps, so yeah, not the worst situation to be in. Alright. 87k. I think I'm gonna grind up to like 100k, 150k, and then go back to buy some more vitamins. So yeah, we decided that... I don't know, I'm gonna keep clicking payday until I can at least take care of Pangoro. Not payday, I should have said play rough. But doesn't seem like Pangoro actually KO'd us here. So we can KO Pangoro. We unfortunately are going to fall asleep here and get just decimated by Malamar's superpower. But again, it doesn't really matter when we have JJ here to sweep. Actually, I meant to send in Giovanna to get more paydays off, but that's okay. Still collected 4,100. Exit back. Alright, payday. Payday. No. Play rough. Alright, whatever. Giovanna. Payday. Payday. JJ. Payday. Dazzling Gleam. $130k. Should only have to do this like one more time to get to where I kind of want to be. Alright, let's go double play rough right here. Alright, Pangoro's finally down. I get one yawn off. Wish I had like magic bounce or something, but whatever. What if... No, I'll just payday spam. Payday spam. Alright, Giovanna. JJ. Actually, let's payday on Malamar. Not Malamar. Mightyena. I feel like Mightyena's been on the field for too long. Alright. 152k. What games do I like to play? A lot of anime games. So Pokemon, obviously. I wouldn't consider Pokemon an anime game because the game came out first. But Pokemon, Dragon Ball, I would say are the main two. Played Demon Slayer and Bleach for a while. This game is 2006. This game is most definitely not 2006. This game came out in, I think, 2020. Game it's based off of, though, came out in 2003. I believe. Let me double check that. 2004. Yeah, this game is based off of Fire Red, which came out in 2004. Let's head to Fall Shore. Why do I have 3 Persians? Because I'm trying to farm money in the game, and Persian can learn the move Payday. The way that Payday works is for every time Payday gets used in battle, you get additional money after you win the battle. And so that battle in particular gives a lot of money on its own just for winning, and then I get an extra bonus for just spamming Payday as many times as I can. Those anime have games? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dragon Ball probably has the most successful video game catalog of any anime, I would say. Demon Slayer, not so much. Game is okay. I played it a little bit. Same with Bleach. Naruto also has a pretty successful video game catalog, but yeah, Dragon Ball by far has the most successful. Aside from Pokemon, I will say, because Pokemon is Pokemon, but like I said, I'm not going to really count those just because the video games came out first, right? Like the anime of Pokemon is so successful because the video games are so successful, not the other way around. Although I could be wrong about that in 2026. I don't know what makes more money in 2026. But my understanding is that the for at least for a long time, I know that the anime was successful because of the video games. Not that the anime isn't good, of course. Alright, let's go to our stats scanner and see what we need to do to EV train this Embor. Alright, Embor almost full HP EVs, which is good. Attack EVs not bad either. Gonna have to reduce those speed EVs because they are completely useless on our Embor. We actually don't need to do as much EV training as I thought we would for Embor, which is fine because that means that we can use our vitamins on other Pokemon. So let's see, if I'm gonna drop speed, let's just spam those tomato berries. Alright, base speed can't go lower. I'm also gonna make it more friendly because why not? How are you still becoming friendly? Oh, because we changed nature. That's why. So the friendship was reset. Yeah. I was like, how is Inosuke still becoming more friendly? And he's been with us since we started the journey. Yeah. It's like the one thing I don't like about this game is that the mechanic to change your Pokemon's nature, they make it like a painful procedure that resets the nature because the Pokemon hates you now or something. Alright. So, yeah. Perfect IVs everywhere but special defense. And then speed can't go any lower. Let's reallocate some of those EVs then to HP and physical attack. Sort by name here. Let's use our HP up. Which I bought a bunch of HP ups not realizing that my HP EVs were almost fully maxed. And that's on me. I should have checked because I could have saved a lot of money. But yeah, now we're at 252 HP. Attack we won't be able to max out until we drop that defense IV, or EV, sorry, not IV. So let me go in here and there we go. Defense. I'm probably going to give it some defense points also after I finish. Alright, there we go. Yeah, after I finish resetting the stats. Oh, did not mean to do that. Let's go here. Stat scanner. Okay, yeah, perfect. Exactly where we want it. Now I am going to go protein. We're going to max out Inosuke's base attack. Won't have any effect. Perfect. Last thing is physical defense, which we need an iron for. I believe I have at least a few, but I don't know for sure. Nope, I was wrong. Alright, no irons. Do I have money for an iron? I do not have money for an iron. You know what I could do is I could sell some of those HP ups and buy an iron. Instead of doing that though, because I do need them for Toucannon, I am instead going to just battle this guy a few more times. Get my money up. Alright, let's play rough. Double play rough. Pangoro goes down. See, if I could KO Pangoro in one hit, I would have also tried my luck with Mightyena. See if I could take them both out, right? Then nobody falls asleep. Alright. Send out JJ. Send out Giovanna. Dazzling Gleam. Payday. Alright. Let's fly back and get that iron real quick, just so that I can say Inosuke is EV trained and we're all set there. Training-wise, of course, EVs-wise, I should say. Movesets are another story, and I am going to have to do some heart scale collecting and TM collecting. So I guess it is a good thing, then, that I got the Frisk for it. Because now I can search for Love Disc, who has heart scales. I can just catch those. Alright. Sort by name. There we go. Inosuke's training is done. Cool. So in terms of EV training on our final team here, let's go back to Dresco. Go to the PC. So we know Choji's EV trained. We know, so Choji's EV trained, Cynthia's EV trained, JJ's EV trained, and Inosuke is now EV trained. A is EV trained, so that just leaves Sam. Sam is the last one remaining for EV training. Swap you out maybe for Inosuke temporarily. What's going on, Parker? How do those items work? Do they permanently increase the Pokemon's health? Oh boy, okay. Let's see if you can follow along. I'm laughing because it's cool to talk to people about this stuff. So, let me pull up a Pokemon and kind of explain to you how this works as best as I can. So you see, this is, obviously a Pokemon. Pokemon have 6 main stats. HP, so how much health it has, how many, once the health reaches 0, it can't battle anymore. Attack. Attack is one of its offensive stats. There are 2 types of attacks in Pokemon, as you might know, physical attacks and special attacks. So, physical attacks, attack stat, special attack, special attack. Defense is, how much damage is it going to take from physical attacks. Special defense is how much damage is it going to take from special attacks. And speed is going to determine which Pokemon moves first. Now, the items that I were using are aimed at increasing that Pokemon's stat, yes. And depending on the Pokemon's base stats, that's going to determine which items I want to use. So for example, a Pokemon like Emboar, who we just put in the PC, so we'll use Garchomp for this example. A Pokemon like Garchomp has really, really high physical attack and speed. So I used items that made sure that that stat, or those 2 stats, were as high as they could possibly be. Because, for example, I could have trained my Garchomp in physical defense and given it a lot of items that boost its physical or special defense, but because Garchomp's base defenses are pretty low relative to its other stats, that doesn't really make much sense. And the items that I use are going to be boosting what are called, here, let me pull up the stat scanner here too, because here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. Explaining stats, that's pretty simple. I think, you probably understand that by now, but just as a context type of thing. In addition to their base stats, Pokemon also have what are called EVs and IVs. EVs stand for effort values, and IVs stand for individual values. Pokemon can gain EVs through battle and leveling up. So every time a Pokemon levels up, it gets a certain amount of EVs in a stat. Of course, once a Pokemon reaches level 100, it can't level up anymore. So that's mainly what those items are for. But you can also use them before level 100, just because it's a lot easier to use the items to focus on specific EVs for those stats, rather than trying to find Pokemon that give those EVs. It gets more complicated because there are also certain Pokemon that give more EVs when they're defeated than others. Like, for example, defeating a Chansey gives a lot of EVs and HP, versus defeating a Sharpedo gives a lot of EVs and attack. So the items that I were using, things like the HP up and the protein, those are called vitamins. Those give EVs or effort values. IVs, so that's what you see on the other column right there. Those are individual values, and individual values are unique to each Pokemon. So for example, this Garchomp has 31 individual values in attack and speed. 31 is the most individual values that a Pokemon can have, with 1 being the lowest. So this Garchomp has the highest physical attack and speed that a Garchomp can have at level 75, because it has technically it doesn't have the highest physical attack because of nature, which we'll talk about in a second. But in terms of individual values, this Garchomp has as many as it could possibly have in attack and speed. But if I'm fighting, another trainer that has a Garchomp, their Garchomp might not necessarily have the same IVs as my Garchomp. So just, reiterate, take a step back to make sure that we all understand everything here. All Pokemon of the same species have the same base stats. So every Garchomp has, a base 102 speed, base 130 attack. Not all Pokemon of the same species have the same individual values or IVs. That literally is unique to each Pokemon. However, they can be passed down through Pokemon breeding or increased through a process known as hyper training that has appeared in later generations, but they're unique to each individual Pokemon. EVs are completely determined by the trainer, not by the Pokemon or not by the species. That just depends on how the trainer raises it. And then nature. How nature works is certain natures can boost or reduce stats for the Pokemon. So you see those arrows next to Garchomp stats? Right now I have the Jolly nature on Garchomp, which boosts its speed but reduces its special attack. The reason why I chose the Jolly nature is because Garchomp already has a really, really high physical attack. So yes, I could have gone with a nature that boosts its attack, but I figured, its second best stat is speed. It makes a little bit more sense to boost its second best stat, let its first best stat be good on its own, and then because the trade-off of having, boosting nature means that you have to have another stat reduced, I decided to reduce its special attack because that's the worst stat, so I wouldn't be using it anyways. So yeah, that is a crash course on stats and training Pokemon. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now in terms of just like trying to farm a lot of money and using those berries, for example, to reduce stats. So the reason I was also using the berries really quickly, if we go back into our stats scanner. For effort values, the maximum that a Pokemon can have for effort values is 510. Yeah, 510. So you see how Garchomp has 252 in attack, 252 in speed, and then the remaining 6 are in HP. Because Pokemon gain EVs as they level up and defeat other Pokemon, sometimes you end up with effort values in areas that you don't want. For example, in my Toucannon here, Toucannon's best stats are its HP and its attack, but I also have effort values in special attack and speed, stats that I typically wouldn't use. So what Pokemon did was they created these berries that in exchange for making your Pokemon more friendly towards you, which can have a host of other benefits, they also reduce effort values in specific stats. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to feed my Toucannon a bunch of berries that are going to reduce those, special attack, special defense, speed stats, because I don't need them, and I get those effort value points back that I can then put in to maximize my attack. So yeah, that is the crash course on Pokemon stats and natures and stuff like that. So for Garchomp, I'm basically making them a glass cannon. Exactly. Correct. You get it. Correct. Glass cannon up against dragon and water types. Not water. Garchomp goes neutral against water, but ice will definitely give it some trouble. Dragon, ice, and fairy are poison to Garchomp, not to be confused with actual poison, which Garchomp, funny enough, resists. Alright, how much money do I have? We have 5k again. Just under 6k. I'm going to play rough Mighty Yenna as well, just get some damage off. And then we're going to double payday here. Pangoro does not go down to the double payday. And they won't even level up from this either because they fainted. That's unfortunate. Pokemon have their base stats, but their stats add to that. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, what determines a Pokemon's like final stat is going to be its base stat. Base stats, nature. Why am I using play rough? I should be using payday. Base stats, nature, individual values, and effort values all come together to form a Pokemon's stats. And like in most Pokemon playthroughs, stats aren't going to matter too much like for the story. They matter a lot more in competitive Pokemon, because in competitive Pokemon, you know, you have just a meta game and Pokemon that are just better to use than others. And so you end up with, you know, people using a lot of the same Pokemon. So that's where stats are going to matter a lot more. You know, if I'm in like, you know, let's say if I'm playing a game where I know that most trainers I'm going to be up against are going to have, let's say Pokemon Champions, for example, right? I know most trainers I'm going to go up against are going to have Mega Charizard Y, Garchomp, Mega Floette. If they're running like a Trick Room team, they might have Farigiraf. They might have King Gambit, Mawile, Mega Mawile. And so that's where stats would like really come into play and really matter more. Because you're going to want to make sure, like, all right, if I'm using a Garchomp and I know my opponent's using a Garchomp, I want to make sure my Garchomp is as fast as possible. Because if their Garchomp is even, you know, 1 point speed higher than mine, they can just easily click Dragon Claw. Then I don't have a Garchomp anymore. But I also enjoy EV training for story mode games. Adds an extra element of strategy, and a lot of these games that I play, they are increased difficulty, meaning that they're a lot harder to just kind of coast by without paying attention to your Pokemon stats as like a base game might be. Alright, how many items do I have? Or how many vitamins, I should say specifically. 24 HP ups. I need one more of those for Toucannon. And then I don't know how many proteins I need. I don't need 25 because it has close to good stats, close to perfect EVs. I should say full. I should say that's perfect EVs, but close to perfect EVs. But let's go to Fall Shore here. I'm gonna buy 1 HP up. I definitely don't need 1 HP up too, because we're almost good on that. If I have 8 proteins, I can buy 7. Do we think I need 15? No. I'll buy 5. Alright. And then we are going to go back into our berry pouch. And to reduce special attack, because just no point in having a special attack stat on the Toucannon. Can reduce special defense too for the time being. We'll figure out where we want to reallocate it later. So defense can't go lower. Speed also, we'll figure out reallocation afterwards. Physical defense, again, we'll figure out reallocation afterwards. We're just gonna max out HP and attack first. Oh, okay. I guess Sam already has max HP. Did I not need to buy that HP up? Let's see. Nope, did not need to do that. Alright. Well, I have it if I need it. I don't need it. We are almost done EV training our team here, which is great, because that means that I no longer need to, I need to keep money farming as much. I mean, maybe I do if I want, like, items and stuff. Alright, there we go. And then looking at Toucannon's base stats to figure out where I'm going to put those last few points. Defense 75, special defense 75, speed 60. Probably going to put it... Oh, I'll put it in HP. No, I already have full HP. What am I talking about? Focus mode. Alright, Toucannon's weaknesses, Electric, Ice, Rock. Electric, Ice, Rock. I feel like I've had this same thought process last stream too. And I think it was for JJ. Yeah, because I was trying to decide which defensive stat I wanted to put more effort values into. I think Electric, Ice, Rock. I think our consensus was that those tend to consist of largely special attackers. So it makes more sense to put the points into special attack. For Togekiss, it was a little bit different, just because Togekiss already had a really good special attack, so we went with physical defense anyways. Sorry, really good special defense, also good special attack. But yeah, I think for Toucannon, because it has lackluster defenses anyways, it's just going to be a matter of what are its biggest threats. Rock type moves are largely physical, but in terms of ice, There are some good physical ice type moves, but most good ice type attackers are going to be special. So we are going to boost special attack. Same thing for electric. I don't know why I was blanking on the name of the stat. Cool. EV train team, assemble. Not all my Pokemon have perfect EVs. I should probably also note I didn't min-max everybody here, but that's fine. A little bit of variety never hurt. So let's assemble our final Elite Four team. Let's grab Choji the Hariyama. And then A the Manectric. Boom. And with that, we have the team, we have the stats. Now we just need the movesets. I'll just make sure I got save states. Yeah. Alright, now we need our movesets. Movesets and items. So, Hariyama, Adamant Nature. IVs are not great, but that would take forever for us to try to fix, and I'm not spending all day doing that. Close Combat, Facade, Heavy Slam, Fake Out. Looking at this, Fake Out and Close Combat definitely stay. I'm almost hesitant to keep Facade just because it really shines if we can get a status, and there's no way to guarantee that we get status without a Flame Orb or Toxic Orb, which I don't believe that we can get before Elite Four. Let me just see here. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, there's a 5% chance that a Hariyama in a raid would have a Flame Orb, which is honestly not bad, right? I know 5% doesn't sound very high, especially because we just spent a long time with that 5% chance of encountering a Pelipper that had the Lucky Egg. But for a Flame Orb, it might be worth it. Oh, what is this? 4-star raid drops with the chance of getting competitive items. Alright, maybe I should just go to these raid dens. Let's go to these raid dens then. I think that'll be our next stop. We're going to pull up a list of raid dens and see which items, or which dens give the items that we're looking for. We all want at least 4 to 5-star raid dens, which we've unlocked by having all 4 badges. Or all 4 badges, what am I talking about? All 8 badges, so we can do 4-star dens now. I guess there's a den on every route starting on Route 3. So, let's look at this Route 3 den. What do I use the Flame Orb for? So the Flame Orb, it has the ability to burn whichever Pokemon is holding it. Now, typically, that's not like a good thing, right? You don't want your Pokemon to get burned, let alone a physical attacker like Hariyama. However, Hariyama has the ability Guts, which means that instead of having its attack halved when it's burned, it actually gets its attack boosted by, I think it's 50% with a burn, which is huge, right? So for example, Hariyama's current attack stat is 268. 268 times 1.5 is 387. So that would give it a massive attack stat. In addition to that, it also has the move Facade, which has a base power of 70, but that base power of 70 doubles to 140 if it has a status condition such as burn. Meaning that if Hariyama holds the Flame Orb and burns itself, we get a base attack stat of 387 and a move with a base power of 140, and that tears through just about anything that's not a physical tank. Some weaknesses of Pokemon don't make... Oh, we're talking about Pokemon weaknesses. Okay, this is a cool discussion. 2 birds, 1 stone. That's actually, like, pretty much it, yeah. With the bird and rock weakness. 2 birds, 1 stone. Like, it's about that saying. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Ice is about, like, birds flying south in the winter and stuff like that because they don't like the cold. And then electricity has to do with, you know how birds sit on power lines and they can get zapped? Or, like, if they're, like, flying in a thunderstorm? But what was I looking up? Oh, the Raid Den. Yeah, Route 3 Raid Den. If we go 4-star. Alright, let's go to Route 3. I don't really care which Pokemon we go up against. I mean, I'm not going to catch it anyways. This Raid Den should be right here. We'll save the game. Araquanid. Okay. I believe it's different drops for different Pokemon, though, right? Yes, it is. So if we're at the Route 3 Raid Den, and we want to try to get a Choice Band, maybe would be good to get. Could also potentially get a Focus Sash, but we already have one. Get a Grassy Seed, already have one. Leftovers already have. What we don't already have is a Choice Band. So we want Poliwrath, not Araquanid. Okay, that's fine. We know how to fix that. It's just a matter of... Speed up here. Oh, man. All right, hold on. I think I messed up that den by accident. So let me go back into my system settings and fix the time for a second. Alright, let's set the time automatically, which doesn't change much. I mean, it's like midday for me right now, so I guess the game now thinks it's midday too. Alright, den is empty. I think we kind of cooked that den. That's kind of unfortunate. Because you also can't mess with your system's time settings to, like, make day changes reset. Raid dens are a little bit different because they reset every hour, but the Pokemon spawns every day, and you can't really do much about that. Let's see, 4-star species in this Route 4 Raid Den. Includes a Stoutland that can possibly give a Choice Band. Or Primeape that can give a Choice Scarf. Scope Lens Gallade isn't bad. Utility Umbrella. But I'm really interested in Choice Band and Choice Scarf. So we're going to go to Route 4. And it's supposedly west of Grimwoods between 2 trees before reaching Cinder Volcano entrance. Alright. Has anyone noticed that Palafin is just a bigger version of Finnison? I mean, sure, that's Hero form, but Finnison could have that. Alright, correct. My question for you, Parker, is have you ever noticed that Clark Kent is just Superman without his glasses? Or other way around. Clark Kent is just Superman with glasses. And Superman is just Clark Kent without his glasses. I don't really know about that because I've only ever played Gen 1 Pokemon. Yeah, Palafin is a Pokemon introduced in Gen 9, one of the newer ones. I've also gone too far. I'm not supposed to be all the way in the woods here. So let me exit the woods. Duh, right? So what I'm getting at is that's the point behind Palafin. Just how, you know, most superhero alter egos are like super, super obvious. Same thing with Palafin. How Palafin is supposed to be this like superhero in disguise, but it looks just like it's pre-evolution. You know, it's just a little bit bigger. Who wins in a fight between Spawn and Ghost Rider? That's a good question. I am not all that read up on comics and comic lore. Oh, west of Grimwoods before reaching Cinder Volcano. Okay, so actually I should be on the other side of Route 4 here. Yeah, I don't know. My understanding is that Ghost Rider is like really, really powerful. And not that Spawn isn't, but I've also heard that like it's levels to the strength, you know, in the comic world. And I've heard Ghost Rider can just like do things that, you know, most other characters can't do or can't deal with. Trying to go from Gen 1 to Gen 9, don't have any options. I mean, again, right, generation is just a matter of when the games came out. We are currently in Generation 9 for Pokemon, though, so you don't really need to know, like, much about the mechanics that existed before. In terms of learning the Pokemon, though, yeah, I would just say, Gen 2, let's see. Gen 2 was Gold, Silver, Crystal, but the remakes are Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So if you've only played Fire Red so far, next place I would recommend going is Heart Gold or Soul Silver. From there, you're going to want to go to Pokemon Emerald, then Pokemon Platinum, then Black or White, your choice, because they stopped making the third series after that. Then X or Y, again, your choice. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Sun and Moon, then Ultra Sun, then Ultra Moon, then Sword or Shield, then Scarlet Violet. I wish they would give the Regis an evolution. They're legendary Pokemon. Only legendary Pokemon that evolves is Cosmog. Don't quote me on that. Give me like 2 seconds to think about that, actually, before I just make the very bold claim that it's only Cosmog. I think I was just at the den and I couldn't find it. Alright, let's exit out of here. Cosmog evolves. If you count Ultra Beast as legendary, then I guess there's also Poipole. Okay, I'm gonna save state. Oh, did I like completely cook the RTC? Alright, hold on. Let's save the game here. And then let's do this. Correct system time cannot be read. Enable the RTC. Alright. That might explain it. Like 2 seconds. I gotta do a bit of technical finagling. Save that. And recent, open that. There we go. All right. Fill time clock is on. I don't know if this is going to fix the raid den, though. Okay, it does fix the raid den. Perfect. Ready to save. All right. Route 4 raid den. We have a Mothim, which is not what we're looking for. So now what we're going to do is we are going to overrides, right? Stop that for a second. Turn that off. And then turn offset automatically. Increase the time by 1 hour here. Reload that. You know what I think I forgot to do, and I think this is what's messing me up, is I didn't save state, because it's going to say the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Right, because if I save state, that's a bit of a different story. Okay, then it's empty. Got it. Know what I need to do. Set that one more time. Turn real-time clock back on. Turn game back on. Save game one more time. Pokemon in the den. It's a Gallade. Okay. Now, we don't want the Gallade. Save state. And now what we're going to do is change that. No. Still a Gallade. Yeah, it doesn't let you do it while the game is actually running, which is like slightly annoying, but I also get, you know, why they do that. So it's like whatever. I've done this before too, because I did it to get Persian in the first place. Oh, oops, hold on. Now, right, so the game, we currently have... Did I not save when I turned it off? All right. Shut down, override, clock off, save and close, resync here. All right, clock is off. And it turns back on, interestingly enough. I think the raid den is messing with my game clock, which is like, that's somewhat annoying. I'll figure it out, though. Oh, yeah, Meltan and Melmetal, that is true. That is true. It's a mythical, which some people consider different from legendaries. I personally don't. I consider mythicals like a category of legendaries, but some people do think that they're different. Doesn't really matter. Like mythical, back in the day, mythical used to just mean that you have to go to GameStop to get it. That's what that used to be. It was event only. It still kind of does mean event only, but from like a lore standpoint, yeah, they're like more or less the same. I don't have access to those. I can only play Sword, Shield, Diamond, and Pearl. Got a question for you, Gabriel. Do you have a phone and or a computer? I can't say too much because I would never, ever, 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 ever in the history of the world ever condone, you know, the piracy of intellectual property. However, I have heard rumors that there are certain softwares and such that allow one to play Pokemon games, any Pokemon game, for free. What about a tablet? Whatever device you're using to comment on the live should have the capabilities of, allegedly again, because I don't condone that, but there are rumors and whispers of such. Okay. So we gotta figure out how we are going to get this clock to change. It would be kind of annoying if I have to like turn it off then turn it on every time. Alright, let's do this. So, save the game, right? Sickleade. We go back here. Let me actually reload one more time. Go here. If I do this, let's see if that solves it. Okay, there we go. Now it's a Gardevoir. Perfect. So we figured out how to change the Pokemon. Now we just got to figure out which Pokemon we're looking for here. Choice Scarf and Choice Band come from Primeape for the Choice Scarf, and then Stoutland for the Choice Band. Time travel one more time here. Gardevoir again. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No! Cancel. Cancel the battle. And just because the Pokemon is the same, we've learned doesn't always necessarily mean that, yeah, that we didn't successfully change the time. It's like it's an RNG thing. So sometimes you get lucky and they swap to the Pokemon that you're looking for. Sometimes you don't. This one, for some reason, they love giving me the Gallade and Gardevoir, bro. I don't want one of those. Please. Where are the Stoutlings, the Primates? Mothim. Okay, that's not quite what I had in mind. These raid dens must have their own, like, individual Pokemon spawn rates. Noctowl. Alright, I mean, it's something different. What does Noctowl even give us? This raid den. Mind you, none of this is, like, guaranteed either. They don't even have Noctowl on the wiki here. Is this an outdated wiki? That's my question. It's like not a very intuitive table. You gotta like scroll down to. Alright. Back to Pokemon cycling. I'm going back to Route 3, man. Pelipper. Alright, what does Pelipper give us in this Route 3 raid then? Oh, I was looking at the wrong species. Okay. And that Route 4 one, it did have Noctowl here. My bad, Noctowl. But Noctowl gives Metronome. That's not really what we're looking for. Route 3 raid den. Pelipper is again 5% chance on the lucky egg. Alright, so definitely not what we wanted. Poliwrath. I feel like Route 4, though, is better because of the chance of Choice Scarf. So let's go back to Route 4. Actually, you know what? I can just do this. Alright, Noctowl. Stoutland. Okay. I think this is what had the chance of, we're going to save actually before this. Yeah, and I think Stoutland is who had the chance of dropping the choice band. Let me confirm here. For raid den, yes, Stoutland has a chance of dropping the choice band. So we are going in with Choji and Inosuke, and we'll figure out who else. The reason why I'm not saving is so that if we don't get the item we want, we can always reset. I think if I were to save beforehand, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I think drops are determined by just in general. Should I bring JJ or should I bring Cynthia? Yeah, I think they're determined like at this stage. So let's do Max Knuckle. Oh, nice burn on it too. I genuinely don't have to do anything here. I'll catch it just because, like, why not? Shilon Berry. Okay, I mean, that's guaranteed. Chopo Berry was also high chance. Let me see what these item rates are here. It's 80% chance. And we're hoping for the 5% chance item. Tomato Berry was also 80. Rare Bone, okay, that's 30. That didn't get us what we wanted. Alright, hit no. We're gonna try this again. I'm wondering when our here, let me see. Is that the girl from One Punch Man? Anyways, when are raid den drops determined in Pokemon? If I can find like something there. Okay, so yeah, definitely don't save state. So yeah, save before enter and then soft reset. Alright, that's what everybody here says, I guess, and that's all I really got to go off of, so that's what we're going to use. Not that this battle is particularly difficult, thankfully. Maybe I won't catch it. Alright, Chalon Berry, Chapel Berry, Tomato, Max Elixir, Rare Bone. Chalon, Chapel, Tomato, Rare Bone, Rare Candy, Normal Gem. That was a better drop. Yeah, I only need Choji, honestly. Although if Choji were to faint, then we'd be in a very bad position. So maybe I shouldn't just rely on Choji. Let's go Heavy Slam just to break the shield. And then Facade just to break the shield. And Close Combat to finish it off. Shalon, Chapel, Tomato, Max Elixir, Rare Candies. No, I'm not saving the game. I need that choice band. Mega Stoutland would have been cool. I agree. I think a Mega Stoutland could have been really cool. Oh, am I out of PP for? Okay. I was not paying attention to that. Facade. I don't need to catch that. Shalon, Chapel, Tomato, Max Elixir, Rare Candy. Heart Scale. You know what? I'm going to save just because the Heart Scale is like an item that I'm going to need later on. So we'll take the Heart Scale. Let's head now to... Mind you, this stream is like... I've been live for almost 2 hours now. Have not even touched the Elite Four yet, and that is still like the main objective of this stream. But preparation is going well. We have reached like the final-ish stage of preparation, which is just collecting items. Alright, Furret. What held items does Furret give in the Route 3 4-star raid den? Lagging Tail. I mean, without Trick, that's kind of a pretty useless item, I won't lie. I mean, unless you have, like, a move that increases in power if it goes last, but most of the time the Pokemon that's on is already slow enough, you don't need to use a Lagging Tail. Buy barrel. Who does buy barrel give? Or what does buy barrel give, I should say. Yeah, this is the least intuitive like chart ever, bro. Is there a way I can like download this? Alright, buy barrel. Potentially to give safety goggles. I mean, it's not like the worst item that one could have, but again, it's... we could do a little bit better. Alright, Polyrath, perfect. Save here. Alright, Polyrath. Here, real quick, actually, what I do want to do is... yeah, doesn't matter past that, but... yes, Polyrath is the one that has the potential to give us Choice Band. So, we are going to go A, and that doesn't really matter who else. We'll bring JJ and Sam, I guess, because that makes the most sense. Type matchup-wise. Oh, so I can't Dynamax if I'm Mega Evolving? Okay, that's fine, I guess. And here. Alright, Lychee Berry, Conberry. Waterstone, not bad. Heart Scale, but we can do better. Come on. Big Pearl. Fighting Gem. Ah! I think I will actually lead with Togekiss from now on, too. Max Starfall seems to have done a lot more for me than Mega Discharge has. Alright. Honestly, let's just do Togekiss by itself. Max Airstream, maybe. Increase some speed here. Fighting Gem. Plus, if the Starfall was coming from Moonblast instead of Dazzling Beam, it'd be even stronger, but that's alright. Dude, these item drops are... I'm looking for the choice band, which has a 5% chance of dropping, which I know isn't very high, but still, I was hoping for, you know, eventually. And at this point, I would settle for like a gem item too, because those are pretty utilitarian if you use them right. Sure. Do that. I'll collect the heart scale. Where is the next raid den? I might as well just go through all the raid dens, I think, then, and that might be a little bit more intuitive here. What about the fighting gem I got? Fighting gem is good, but it is a, yeah, I could have gone with the fighting gem. It's just that since gems are like one-time use per battle, not that choice items don't have their own restrictions, but still, because gems are one-time use per battle, you know, having your Pokemon just not have an item after one move, which also the move power boost of gems can be very easily avoided through either, you know, type switch-ins or protect abilities. It just ends up being a lot easier to get your move power boost elsewhere. Gap between two trees, just before the path leading to Crater Town. Oh, this guy can't be serious. Oh, he scales. Okay, level 71. My fault, bro. I guess you are as serious as can be. I didn't realize that all trainer Pokemon scaled. I thought it would just be like boss battles. It's pretty cool. Alright. Anyways. So is this the path to Crater Town? No, because this is the daycare. There's one of those Vivillons. Okay, keep an eye out for trees, because this is actually... He said if you use cut, you'll find one along this route. Alright, can't be far then. Prankster Murkrow could have been fun to use. I think I know where it is, because I did see a cut path. This must be it. Yes. This is it. Very safe here. Crobat on the Route 5 raid den. Crobat gives us Soothe Bell. Well, I can't really use the Soothe Bell Crobat now, can I? I mean, I could, but like, not for battle. Nidoking. Weakness policy. Okay, see that's interesting. Weakness policy is a very interesting item. For those of you who don't know, what the weakness policy does is it boosts your Pokemon stats by your offensive stats by one stage when they're hit with a super effective move. So it's a good item if you can be smart when using it. But if not, then you're kind of just taking a super effective hit for no reason. So I need a lot. I wouldn't need a lot because I would get it after the battle's over, but I just like there are better items I can use, you know. It's because it's only like one-time use per battle. There are definitely just better items I can use. But in theory, I would only really need one or one for however many Pokemon I want to use it. All right. So weakness policy. It's a maybe. I will keep that in mind. I'll think about it, but I don't think I'm gonna go weakness policy here. I also there's no guarantee that I get it right. I'm talking about the weakness policy, like, oh, I'm definitely gonna get weakness policy if I take on Nidoking here. That is, I wish that were the case. Oh, okay. I wonder if. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if I'll find a definitive answer on this. I'm gonna. Outside of the Google AI overview, which, by the way, I don't trust and y'all shouldn't either. If you want to look at the sources that it gives you, that's one thing, but I don't know. I see too many people like reading the Google AI overview and taking it as a matter of fact when in a lot of situations that is not the case. What I was looking for was basically there's this ability that Pokemon can have called Super Luck. And Venomoth. What Super Luck does is it increases the Pokemon's critical hit ratio, but outside of battle, it also increases the chances of finding a Pokemon holding an item. I was wondering if Super Luck did anything for Dynamax raid dens and maybe like increase the chance of finding, like a good item, but it doesn't seem like it does. Or at least I couldn't find any definitive answer, and I feel like that would have definitely been something that was more discussed. Black Sludge if I catch Venomoth. That is a useless item to me solely because I don't have any poison type Pokemon, nor do I have Trick or Switcheroo. What does it mean by one stage? Good question. So we already went through Stat Crash Course Part 1. Welcome to Stats 2.0. 2.0, 102. What am I talking about? 2.0s for tech. 102. Anyways, class number 2 on stats. So you can raise your Pokemon's stats during battle with moves such as like Swords Dance or Bulk Up or Calm Mind, Nasty Plot, moves like that, Agility. Or you can lower your opponent's stats too with moves like Charm or Tickle, Scary Face, all sorts like that, right? So you know about that. And it can be up to a maximum of 6 stages. So 6 stages is, max boost or -6. So if you ever hear somebody say like +6, that means like max attack, or -6 is like minimum attack. And so yeah, weakness policy makes it so that if your Pokemon is hit by a super effective move, they get like a +1 to their physical and special attack. Yeah. And so that's why and so you'll often notice too is that like most moves that raise stats, they'll either raise one stat by 2 stages or 2 stats by 1 stage. Anything else is like kind of broken at that point. Because 2 stages is effectively double your, not effect, it's doubling your stat. And doubling any stat is like huge, right? I mean, Garchomp with a double attack stat, 1 hit KOs almost anything. Or like, a Pokemon that has a double speed is going to outspeed just about anything. So yeah, most moves either raise one stat by 2 stages, such as, for example, Swords Dance, which raises the attack stage by 2 stages, or they raise 2 stats by 1 stage, such as Dragon Dance, which raises attack and speed by 1 stage each. Some moves, though, are like really, really broken. Moves like Tail Glow, for example. Tail Glow raises the user's special attack by 3 stages, meaning that the user only has to use it twice to have a max special attack stat. That is a super broken move. But it's balanced out by the fact that most Pokemon don't get it, and most of the Pokemon that get it aren't very good or don't get much use from it. Another move that's like a good example of like that trade-off is Belly Drum. Belly Drum is a move that gives a Pokemon +6 attack, maximizing its attack stat, but in exchange it cuts the Pokemon's HP in half. Does it increase by a certain amount, or are there stat changes? So there are temporary stat changes that go away whenever the Pokemon either, faints or switches out of battle, or, if the opponent does something. The actual calculations, let me see if I can do this off the top of my head. It does increase by a certain amount. So +1, it increases by, I think, 1.5. +2, it doubles. +3 is 2.5. I think it just goes up by 0.5 by like 50% each stage, right? So yeah, +1 is 1.5, +2 is times 2, of course. +3 is 2.5, +4 is 3. I lost count. Where was I at? Was I at +4 now? Yeah, +4 is 3.5, 2.5. I don't know. I messed myself up. Too many numbers. But I do know that it increases by 50% each time. So +6 is a 4.0 increase, or 4 times increase in your stat. So quadrupling your stat. And then -6 would be it being a quarter of what it could potentially be. And then it's actually, no, I think it works the other way going backwards too. Because I know that -1 is not negative, or is not like a -50% drop. It's like a 2/3 drop, or 1/3 drop. So it kind of balances out, because 50% drop does a lot more damage to your Pokemon too. Not damage in the sense of losing health, but like it hurts it more for the sake of the battle than a 50% increase in that stat potentially could. So it's weird. I'll try to find some like exact numbers for you. My recommendation actually would be to play Pokemon Showdown. Pokemon Showdown is a great way to learn this kind of stuff. That's how I learned a lot of it, is just like playing Pokemon Showdown. And Showdown has a lot of elements that a lot of Pokemon games don't have. Like, for example, it'll tell you like, what your Pokemon stats are after the multipliers. It'll tell you things like, exactly what those multipliers are too. So if you lower your opponent's stat by like, lower their attack by 1 stage, for example, it'll actually show next to the Pokemon's name their attack stage, and then times, 2/3 of the maximum. So Showdown's a great way of doing that. But yeah, it does multiply the stats. It multiplies the stats, but people usually just refer to it by how many stages. So they'll say like, all right, +1 attack now that I've boosted my attack by 1 stage. Even though technically I'm not, adding anything. I'm multiplying. Multiplication is addition, but you know what I mean. Yanmega. What is Yanmega going to give me? Oh, there's a Behem. There's 2 Pokemon here that could potentially give choice specs. I'm liking that. And a Bolton that can give a choice band. Okay, this might be the place to be. Route 5 Raid Den. Oh yeah, everybody gives bands except for the Pokemon that I've encountered. There's like 3 choice band potential Pokemon. Eject Pack, which can be a pretty utilitarian item if you know how to use it. Oh, Flame Orb Swallow lives here. Not Hariyama, but Swallow. Okay, yeah, this is the Raid Den to be at. Absolutely. All right. Swallow. Let's go here because we also want the possibility of getting a Flame Orb. If we get a Flame Orb from Swallow, I'm not complaining about anything else, man. I'm not going to try to get the choice items. I'm not going to try to get this, that, and the other. So let's go A. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to give the Life Orb to A. So that A can Dynamax. Alright. Swallow. Does it really matter who we use here, I guess? Because we're going to sweep anyways with A. Alright. Fight. Mega Evolve. I'm going to use Mega Discharge. Not Mega. Dynamax. Lychee Berry, Tomato Berry, Flying Gem, Heart Scale, no. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, okay. That Yachi Berry is actually pretty decent, because it has all damage from ice type moves one time, and I could throw that on Garchomp to try to survive some otherwise pretty fatal hits. Pretty Wing. Okay. Rare candies. This one is tempting. This one is tempting, because the Yachi Berry is a fairly useful item. I think I'm gonna re-roll the RNG one more time on it though, and see. Oh, wait, the time changed. Shoot, Houndoom now. Okay. We no longer have Swallow as our... let's see what we get from Houndoom. Maybe it's worth it to just battle Houndoom here. That was a Houndoom that I saw, right? Yeah, it was a Houndoom. Wise Glasses. Okay. On second thought, I don't think I want to battle this Houndoom. Oh, I wonder if... Can I set an hour back? Will that work? Forgetting the Pokemon that I previously had? Oh, that does work. Okay, nice. So let's choose A again. And we are just going to keep Mega Evolving and just using our Life Orb boosted, Electric Terrain boosted, Max Lightning. Alright, you know what? We rolled the RNG. Alright, next raid then we're going to go to... Am I streaming on multiple platforms right now? Not at the moment. Right now I'm only on YouTube. I have a Twitch channel, but I just haven't really been keeping up with it as much. No particular reason why, honestly. Like, it's not like it's like more work for me to do it. I usually just, you know, by the time I do end up streaming, I'll end up just opening, you know, turning on my PC, opening up one streaming software. That is the thing. I do need to use 2 different streaming softwares just because you can only stream from one platform at a time on, you know, each software without paying extra, and I'm not, you know, do that. So I would need to use, you know, open up 2 softwares, which isn't any extra effort on my part. Like, it's not hard to do so. I just usually don't do it. I just forget. That's all it is. Alright, got the Yachi Berry. I'm also going to pull up a TM's list here. Because there are some TMs that I want. I'm going to take a break from hunting items for TMs now. Okay, so we actually have the Thunder Wave TM. That is good. That's the one that I wanted. Like... Will-O-Wisp could be another good one. Drain Punch as a T. Oh, we already have Drain Punch. Endure. Bone Claws. Energy Ball we have. Skill Swap we could also potentially make some use of. Let's see where Thunderbolt is. Let's get that one. So we don't have Thunderbolt. It is Thundercat Mountain directly in front of Epitome Town entrance. Alright. Head to Epitome Town here. And I don't even know if I have any more repels. I honestly don't think I do. But let's see. Yeah, I'm out of repels. It's a little annoying. Oh, there it is. Alright, well, whenever I get back to a flyable city, I will buy repels. Ah. Perfect. Alright. Next place we gotta go, so we got the Thunderbolt TM. I'm literally just like going down the list of all TMs and deciding, do I want that or is that kind of useless to me? Dragon Claw I want, because I think I forgot Dragon Claw for Earthquake. Not Earthquake, for Outrage, sorry. Don't remember quite why I did that either, but I'm pretty sure I did. Let me just check and see if I already have it. I don't think I do, but it looks to be in a place that I could have visited already. Yeah, I don't have Dragon Claw. Alright, let's get the Dragon Claw TM. And the Snowy Cliff area. Oh, a Victory Road. Okay, so that would be on our way anyways. We're going to put a pin in that one. Water Pulse we already have. Toxic we already have. Or I could maybe use, but I don't know. Bulk Up we have. Hidden Power. Oh, okay, Taunt. Taunt is a good one. I think I already have Taunt, though. Let me see here. No, I don't have Taunt. Okay, let's grab Taunt. Behind the Seaport City Pokemart. Yeah. Taunt is a great one, because if I end up going up against an opponent that is, like, really nice with setup moves, Taunt will be able to shut all of that down. So let's go here. There we go. Taunt. Alright. Ice Beam. That might be worth checking out. Icicle Cave 4F. Small area that requires Surf. Maybe. Protect we have. Light Skewing and Reflect are also items that both, you know, kind of hard to ignore. We have Earthquake. Psychic. Psychic is a maybe. I don't know. Double Team for sure. Honestly, if we get, like, Thunder Wave, Air Slash, Double Team, Roost Togekiss, bro, like, we kind of win the game. So maybe. A lot of these you can also get at the game corner, so maybe we are back to just money farming. Who knows? Roost. Okay, Roost is a good one. Giving Togekiss the ability to heal itself if needed. If I don't already have that, which I probably should have checked if I did, but whatever. Small Rocky Island on Route 13 requires both Surf and Rock Climb. Route 13, let's see, 18, 16... 11, 12, 13. Oh, I can't surf there? Okay. How did I get to Dahara before then? I mean, I must have been on Route 13 at some point, right? Protect Pads. Protects the holder from effects called... Oh, okay, that's cool. So it protects against, like, rough skin and stuff. Or even better, like Flame Body, Static, Poison Point. Honestly, really good items. Might want to make use of those. Alright, this is Route 12. Final team for the Elite Four. Final team for the Elite Four is what I have right here. Yeah. So I've been doing a challenge this game. Kind of a challenge. I mean, really, it's just I have to beat the Elite Four and become champion using the entire, or the same team the entire time. Exceptions can be made if I need, like, HMs or something like that, or if, like, you know, the story otherwise requires me to have a different Pokemon. But for the most part, yeah, those have been the rules. So yeah, this is going to be my team. Reach max experience on the stream. What do you mean? Alright, let's keep heading south. How about that? I also completely forgot to buy more repels. It's a little annoying because I was literally like just at... Oh, are you kidding me? Of course, my team is like, oh, I would be frozen too. Really? Alright, wow. Dude, how did you get 2 freezes? Or frostbite, not frozen. Okay. At least this game, they got rid of, a lot of games do this too, a lot of fan games. They get rid of the frozen status condition just because it is a pretty broken condition. Like, the trade-off of the freeze status condition is that it's, like, impossible to actually proc. You know, like, there are no moves that guaranteed freeze the Pokemon if they land or anything like that. For a good reason. Oh, it's Aklev's bag. Pokemon in the bag. Doesn't seem like it wants to come out right now. Huh, wonder what that's about. 14. Yo, back up, bro. I don't want to battle these trainers. Alright, Route 13. We're looking for an island. I took the long way. Yeah, I took the long way. That's fine. We're in the water, though. Probably going to be going up against a lot of swimmer trainers, so I think we're good with one that we have here. Read this sign real quick. Here we go. Oh, shoot. I let that guy, like, run right into me. Should probably get rid of this life orb, though, if I'm not gonna... Oh, Vivillon. Oh, and there's the TM, too. Perfect. Found what we're looking for. Am I... Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the rocks? Are you kidding me? Please don't tell me I need to, like, go all the way around somewhere else. I'm sure I do. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Because this guide here told me to go to Dahara City anyways, so we're gonna go to Dahara, heal up, and we're gonna go to the department store, and we're gonna go to the Trainer's Market, and then we are going to go and buy... Only for 40? Alright, I don't think I need 40. Let's do 20 though. I think 20 is not a bad amount to have. Alright, back to the service counter. Alright, so now we're gonna go this way. And we just have to go pretty much where we were before, just from the other side. I don't know how I missed this before also. It's like right here. I was doing all that, you know. Oh, shoot, really? Okay. Weavile... Does Discharge KO you? I don't know. Maybe I could have tried, though. Either way, Weavile's down. Victory Bell. That Sludge Bomb could have been critical, actually. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Ah, really? Poison? Okay. It's only slightly annoying because since this is based off of a Gen 3 game with Gen 3 mechanics outside of the physical special split being implemented, I do believe that we also take damage from each step while poisoned. Which, oh, also, Gabriel, spoiler alert, but, you know, it's the good kind. I know you said you've only played Fire Red. In future Pokemon games, you don't take damage every time you take a step if your Pokemon is poisoned. So that's something to look forward to. Yeah, they get rid of that after, like, Gen 4. So if you do ever play any newer Pokemon games, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't have to heal your Pokemon immediately after every battle if they get poisoned. You can actually take your time getting to the Pokemon Center. Alright. Oh, isn't this where I just was? Maybe not. Also, why am I running from Pokemon? I just bought 20 repels. Let's go here. Alright, there we go. Oh, wrong way. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, alright, I thought she was gonna battle me. God, why do they... Okay. Well, now I know I'm definitely in the wrong spot. So they said... Pathos gets blocked by some rocks. Start directly going south. It's a small rocky island. When you do, start following the rocks south of the island. Swim around the rocks when you can, and then surf north towards the island. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way... Alright, like, I guess that's what we're doing. Battle this guy, battle that guy. Okay. Go all the way here. West until we can't go west anymore. Boom, can't go west. Immediately go all the way south. Alright, there's that island that we were looking for. This is where we just were. Did I not need to fly all the way back to Dahara to get here? Swim around the rocks when you can, and then surf north towards the island. Where can I swim around the rocks? Oh, okay, so I didn't have to fly back at all. I'm just impatient. Alright, good to know. Let's battle this Vivillon. I forget how many the trainer said that he had. I guess it's probably just like one of each kind, right? Alright, TM for Roost is acquired. Hey, Poison and then Gut strat is even better. Honestly, for Guts, most people would typically also do Burn just because of Poison, number one, does more damage, and number two, there's there are a couple ways to poison, your own Pokemon, but most of the time, like, the most efficient or the easiest way to poison your own Pokemon would be to use the Toxic Orb item. But you also don't want to use that a lot of the time, right? Because Toxic takes more health from your Pokemon each turn that it's active. And so if you have, like, Guts and then Bulk Up, if your Pokemon is setting up, you're going to want to have more turns with them in battle. But otherwise, with Toxic, it makes you want to switch out more. Let's see. What else do we have here TM-wise? I think the last one then, maybe Screens? Screens. Scald isn't awful to have. Oh, Rock Slide is a good one. Frost Mountain 2F, east side under a bridge, requires rock climb. Alright. Yeah, you're gonna want the Flame Orb in most cases. Only time you would really want to use the Toxic Orb. Let me think. I don't think there's even any Fire-type Pokemon that have Guts. Oh, that's not true. Okay. Flareon. Flareon, the Fire-type evolution. And this is why it's kind of like sometimes regarded as the worst evolution competitively. But Flareon, yeah, because Flareon's a fire type and doesn't get burned, you would have to use Toxic Orb there to activate Guts because it has Guts as a hidden ability. Other than that, the only time you would really use Toxic Orb is if you have a Pokemon that benefits from like poison specifically. So for example, Gliscor and Breloom both get access to the ability Toxic Heal, which heals the Pokemon every turn when it's poisoned instead of doing damage. So those are a good use case for Toxic Orb. Or Zangoose, which gets the ability Toxic Boost, which boosts its attack when it is poisoned as well. Right, we're going to Frost Mountain. Why am I blanking on where Frost Mountain is? Is this not Frost Mountain? Yeah, this is Frost Mountain. Second floor, eastern side, underneath a bridge. Do I like your team? Who's on your team? I might have missed it. Oh, wait, I see up here. Okay. Team is Venusaur, Aerodactyl, Lapras, Arcanine, Kadabra, and Clefairy. Can't fully evolve the Kadabra. That's honestly a solid team. Solid team. I mean, my biggest criticism is that you chose Bulbasaur. I'm a fire-type guy, right? Is that an Aggron? What are you doing here? Blew you away with this powerful roar. What is going on here? Is this just like a mechanic in the game? Okay. Anyways, yeah, no, your team is solid. I was just joking because I like fire types, so I always choose the fire type Pokemon. But actually, fun fact, in the Kanto region, Venusaur is widely regarded as, or Bulbasaur I should say, is widely regarded as like the objectively best starter for a playthrough. Because he gets you through the first two gyms of type effectiveness, resists the third gym, The only gym leader really that you have to worry about with Bulbasaur is Blaine, but by then you'll have encountered so many different fire counters that it's like a non-issue. So yeah, Bulbasaur is actually a phenomenal pick. In fact, Charmander is widely considered to be one of the worst picks for a playthrough, for similar reasons. Just like tight matchups do not end up in Charmander's favor a lot of the time. But yeah, solid team. Very solid team. What moves are you running on them? Alright, so we're supposed to go to the eastern side. Also, I have... Oh, it's right here. Okay. Can you not use... I guess because Dig isn't technically an HM, so we would have to actually have a Pokemon that learns to use it in the field. Alright, I guess that's not the worst thing in the world, but... Alright. Rock Slide has been acquired. And then, yeah, I think it's just Screens and Swords Dance, which are both acquired, all acquired at the Game Corner. So actually, we started off stream with money farming. We are back to one last money farming endeavor before we go back to, or before we go and challenge the Pokemon League. So let's make the trip to Dresco Town here. Leech Seed, Frenzy Plant, Vine Whip, and Sleep Powder. Oh, you gotta get rid of that Vine Whip for something else. It's definitely got higher base power grass type moves. Vine Whip's not an awful move, but like at a certain point there are gonna be more utilitarian moves that you can get on Venusaur. Alright, let's grab... I really don't feel like, you know, doing a team of like half Persians again. So let's just only grab one. Oh wait, why did I... Alright, Persian goes here. Swap. There we go. Alright, and then... Swap here. Oh, I should have done the one that has the amulet coin, but... whatever, I guess. Here's what we'll do. Alright, Genevieve. Alright, let's go money farming. Our last money farm pre-Elite Four. I didn't mean to use Play Rough, I meant to use Payday. Quick money check. 77k. Oh, jeez, man. I can already tell it's going to take a lot longer than I'd like. Maybe I do need to grab the full Persian Payday team. Still left him extra. Not done preparing yet. I have not even stepped foot in Victory Road. That's why I streamed so early today, because I knew that it would take a few hours to even like be ready to get there. Because mind you, I know nothing about the Elite Four, right? I made the goal to just do no research on any gym leaders or Elite Four at all during this playthrough. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know what types they're gonna have. So I got to do a lot to make sure that my bases are covered here. and come back. Alright, so I actually had my team set up wrong here. I should have led with the 2 Persians and then swapped out when they fainted. That's okay. Alright, so how I should have set this up was... There we go. Alright, and then we go payday, and we go payday. And then when one faints, we swap out another one, and then we go payday, and then we go payday. And he faints, and then we dazzling gleam, and then keep payday spam. There we go, 140,000. Since adopting the double Persian strategy, or triple, I guess, technically, we have almost doubled our income. Just like that. Alright, now we go JJ. You know what I honestly might do too to help out is, right? So y'all notice how I keep putting my Pokemon to sleep. I'm gonna give one of them a Lumberry. That way, right? Gene gets a Lumberry. Now, if Gene does get put to sleep by accident, we don't have to worry about it. Because a Lumberry wake him right up. Go payday. What if I want payday play rough? Will that take care of Mightyena? No, of course it doesn't. Alright. And now, I guess with Mightyena gone, we'd never have threat of sleep anyways. That's alright. JJ comes in. See that? Almost 7,000 picked up. That was a good payday. Oh, 200K. Yeah, we're moving now. We are moving on the money train now. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and grab a snack. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright, we back. So let's see. Oh, why is JJ first? Oh, because I didn't heal before going into this. Okay, that's fine. Still get payday spam, just not as many. Yeah, we got. My snack, my peanut butter crackers here. Shout out Ritz. Oh, wow. 59.10. That's good money. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to heal again. Okay. Alright, Malk, stop forgetting to heal your Pokemon. How about that? Dazzling Gleam. Payday. Payday. Alright. Team defeated. Yeah, only picked up 730 that one time. It was pretty abysmal. Payday. Payday. Or would we benefit more if we double it up on the Play Rough, right? On Pangoro. Go here. And then, what if we do another Play Rough on Mightyena, right? Boom! Now nobody falls asleep. We payday spam here some more. And now, JJ comes in and finishes the sweep. $52.10. Alright, I'm gonna get to like 500k. Not sponsored facts, yeah. They did not pay me for that. Maybe one day. Got potato chips. What brand? Shout out potato chips. Feel like you can't go wrong with that as a snack. I'm a big cookie guy, personally. I love chocolate chip cookies. Doesn't matter who makes them, from where. I love chocolate chip cookies. So much so to the point where, like, I have to stop buying them. Because I know if I do, I'm just going to eat so many and it's not good for me. So I got my peanut butter cookies, which are obviously not exactly a staple of health, but I can control myself a little bit better around those. Alright, let's go payday. Yeah, it's just payday spam again. Oh, they got both my, alright. Send out Choji then, I guess. That Pangoro, bro, is causing trouble. Let's do this. Since since Genevieve was asleep, let's guarantee that we get these off. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's go Air Slash here on Malabar, and then Payday. Right? Another Air Slash, another Payday. Because Malamar is the one that has Superpower, which threatens Gene. Get rid of that. We are fighting a much less uphill battle. Not fighting an uphill battle anyways. I mean, JJ sweeps regardless. But we do get the opportunity to get off more paydays too. Here we go. Dazzle. Yeah, they're both threats. Alright, Dazzling Gleam and Payday. And now watch this, right? We can go Air Slash. $9,000 coin bonus, man. That is a payday. We're almost at 400K. This is a generic Sam's Club brand. Shout out Sam's Club. Payday. I kind of wish Giovanna had play rough. Ooh, what if I U-turn, right? And then play rough. First turn. Go here. Does not get the yawn off. Sky Uppercut comes out, but we do live one. Now I feel like nothing changes here. In fact, I might have even made things worse for myself. This might have not been the move. That's alright, whatever. Payday spam all day. Yeah, we just lost our Pokemon, so that was not what we wanted to do, but that's okay. Still got 3,000 coin bonus, not bad. Come on. I was hoping that somebody would wake up. Gene, didn't we give you the Lumberry? What was that all about, man? Why were you still... You were supposed to wake up. We lost both our Persians, all 3 of our Persians, on his first 2 months. Oh, shoot. Let's do Payday and Payday. Sorry, I'm just setting my time back to. Now that we're not doing the raid dens anymore, I don't need to mess with the time. And I kept checking my computer's clock, and I'm like, it is not 6 in the morning. Yeah, I forgot that I messed with that a little bit. Alright, there we go. If I Air Slash here. I Payday again, and then I just Air Slash here again. Alright, we lost. It's fine though. Fake Out probably takes out, yeah, I was gonna say Fake Out takes it out on its own. Alright, almost at 500k. I'm probably going to need a lot more coins than I can currently afford, honestly. Just because there are a lot of good TMs. Alright, heal. City from here. Alright. Now we are going to fly to Dahara. China's could have surfed too. It's directly south of Dresco. We'll go here. No. I also don't have any coins. But we'll buy coins in a second here. Just want to see TMs. See, a Reflect Light Screen only costs 2,000. That's not bad. That's good, actually. Very good. Double Team is 3,000. Swords Dance is 4,000. Will-O-Wisp is another decent one, but I don't think we have anybody besides Embor who can even learn it. Alright, let's buy 500,000 game coins now at 5,050. Alright, after spending my last dollar here, not my last dollar, but let's buy TMs. I want Sword Stance. Alright, how many coins do I have? 1,150. You know, let's play a slot game just to see if we can win anything. Play on easy, medium, or hard. And it looks like there's more multipliers and stuff based on the version that you play. Let's play on easy. Gamble our money a little bit. Oh shoot, what is this? Oh, this is cool. Do I have to like fly? Oh, okay, it actually explained it to me like right there on the screen too. I absolutely should have paid more attention. Alright, well the striped ones are +3. I can figure that much out. Non-striped are +1. I'd assume that, I don't know, it looks like it's timed rather than like, you know, something making me lose. Oh, this is kind of cool. I like never do the casino games here. Okay, what was that? That looks like a special balloon, but I don't remember if it was like a detrimental one or not. I guess I'll find out the hard way if it is. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Good thing I'm on easy mode, so I only lost, what, 2 points there? Oh, I missed. What's that green thing over there? Oh, okay. This is cool. It's like a score multiplier increase. Yeah, double points. So then what are the points for? Do I like... Do I get an amount of coins equal to the amount of points? Oh, okay. So you get an amount of coins equal to the amount of points. Well, yeah, it's definitely not the most efficient way to rack those up. Cool game, though. I mean, I had enough fun playing. But what I'm going to spend the rest of my money on before we go farm more is going to be something that's super, super, super paramount to any Elite Four challenge. Those of you who have made it to and challenged the Elite Four before probably know what I'm talking about. Or maybe not. I'm being super vague right now. I'm talking about healing items. Because you don't get a chance to heal at a Pokemon Center in between each Elite Four battle. So, yeah, I'm talking about healing items. Just making sure that I'm stocked up on those. Okay, so they're not selling max potions or full restores. Typically, they do that by the time you reach, or by the time you have all 8 gym badges. I'm wondering if they will at the Pokemon Center at the Victory Road or Elite Four. So I'm almost hesitant to buy them from here. Let me see. Let me check and see if there are shopping details. And if there are, do those mention Victory Road Pokemon Center? That's team compositions. I don't want to see that on the Elite Four. Yeah, I don't know. Very strange, though. Either way, I think we're good. Either way, let's go back and farm a little bit extra money. And if we do reach the, Pokemon League and we still can't buy full restores and stuff, whatever, I'll use Hyper Potions. And I'm not going to do a lot of these. I'm just going to get, some so that I'm not going with, like, literally no money if I need to buy anything. That should be enough for now. Final thing then. Let's talk to the Porygon PC here. And let's get our team together and let's head out. All right. Save one more time before we head over. Gonna fight the Elite Four now. That's the plan. Well, first Victory Road, and then we're gonna make our way through the Elite Four. But I'm not really too scared of Victory Road. Elite Four is obviously gonna be a lot more of a challenge, but we'll see what Victory Road has for us. You never know. But Victory Road, Route 18. Let's go, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Quick Pokemon check. Everybody happy and healthy. Yup. What's to do with this guy? Spot 2 marks at the beginning of long time. Get rid of Pokemon Leagues. Oh, okay. We already know that. I am one of those trainers. Yes. Take these. Oh, and he gave me 10 Max Repels. Nice. Alright, man. Let's do it. Let's head up. Assuming I'm going the right way. I feel like I'm not, but hold on. Let's pop these Repels. And I now have 27 of. Thanks to our generous friend right there. Only those who have acquired all 8 badges may pass through this point. You may pass. I know I can. Yeah. And we're already dealing with trainers. Alright. Cool. This should be fun. Let's then switch Choji right here. Now let's get it started, man. Let's get it started. My Pokemon and I have trained hard to reach this point. We won't let a trainer like you stand against us. Mind you, she was just like she was standing there waiting for me. Like, I was just trying to get through. We don't even have to do this battle. And she has the nerve to start talking about some won't let you stand against us. I'm not. Right? Like, let's just be clear. I'm not standing against her. But yeah, let's see how our newly fully EV trained team does. We haven't adjusted movesets yet. We just sort of have all the TMs sitting in the back for when we need them. Because we don't know what the Elite Four have in store for us. I think one thing that I do want to do actually before I actually battle the Elite Four is switch Togekiss's Dazzling Gleam for Moonblast. Because unless any of the Elite Four battles are double battles, which I don't believe they are, then we don't really have a use case for Dazzling Gleam over Moonblast. Head Charge. Will this KO me? I know my defenses are dropped. Of course it does. Alright. Well, I've said it many times during this playthrough. I'll say it again. Good thing we're not Nuzlocking. Inosuke with the Buffalant Outsweep. Or Outspeed. Hey! That was surprising. Sent out Farfetch'd. Alright. See, I want to just, like, Low Sweep and Flare Blitz and KO it here. But I know this game's going to make an example out of me and I'm going to get Brave Birded or something. Acrobatics. There it is. Critical hit because it's Farfetch'd. And it's probably holding a leak. And despite the fact that it actually isn't getting the, Defiant! Ah, okay. Yeah, despite the fact that it's actually not getting the Acrobatics power boost if it's holding the leak, the fact that it's holding that leak boosting its critical hit ratio is probably doing enough for it already. If it is holding the leak. Maybe it's not, and maybe I just got eviscerated by a double-powered Acrobatics. Who knows? Either way, I'm visiting the Pokemon Center already. Your Pokemon not go past level 75. So there is a level cap in this version that I'm playing right here. And so I can't get past level 75 until I clear the Elite Four and Champion. And there are, like, different levels for each gym badge. So the first gym badge, here, I'll pull up the list. So yeah, my first level cap was 20 before the first gym, 26 after the first gym, 32 after the second gym, 36 after the third, 40 after the fourth. There's this like mansion type of story thing in the game. It's like not really a gym, but it's pretty important for the story. So after that was 45, After 5 gyms was 52, 6 gyms was 57, 7 gyms was 61, and then after 8 gyms, yeah, level cap is now 75. And then once you beat the Elite Foreign Champion, there is no level cap. No places to heal, begin your ascent. Don't get caught off guard by healing. Yeah, we know. Grab whatever this item is. Max Revive. Okay, that's good. Max Revives are especially helpful because Max Revives are not sold at Pokemon Centers. So if you want to fully heal your Pokemon from fainting with their health fully recovered, most times you gotta just use a Max Revive. Or go to a Pokemon Center. Get 1 SP per battle, so it probably is possible for the 4. In theory it is, but the amount of XP required to level up would, like, it's just not intuitive to actually leveling up. Because in order to turn off XP gain, it's a lot more complicated than just reducing the amount of XP each Pokemon gets from like a game development and coding standpoint. So, while yes, I do gain 1 XP, I also need 31,866. And the amount of time that it would take me to defeat 31,866 Pokemon, I could probably beat this game like 4 times, to do that. So yeah, in theory, it is possible to level up, but like nobody's doing that. I might, maybe I will. One day I'll do like a level cap challenge, but actually try to pass the level cap and see what happens. Oh, I meant to switch in Togekiss. Okay, that was a mistake on my part. It's alright though. Of course you went D-Dance too, bro, of all moves. And of course I don't have Static anymore. Alright, please Earthquake, or not Earthquake, don't Earthquake, actually. Claw, shoot. I was hoping it was gonna Outrage is what I wanted, because then if it was locked into Outrage, we swap into Togekiss, and everything would be all Gucci. Don't worry though, we have the greatest Pokemon of all time, with the sole exception of Infernape, of course. UI Sand the Toucanon, touch me, please touch me, and there you go, you just lost your Haxorus. Just like that, you lost your Haxorus. Just like that, you lost your Haxorus. Dude, Toucanon, like, with the right strategy, is high-key really good. High-key really good. Like, guaranteed burn if a opposing Pokemon makes contact, and they don't know if you're going to do it either, right? Like, it's not like a burning bulwark type of, like, protect move, where, it fails after being used too many times, so you can kind of, like, predict when your opponent's going to use it. No, Toucanon can use this as many times as he wants. I didn't mean to run there. So, yeah, it's a pretty solid Pokemon in the right hands. Rhyperior. Well, we only have 2 special attackers, both of whom are weak to Rhyperior. So let's see. Assuming he's going for a Rock-type move here. Swap in Choji. Get a Fake Out just for a little bit of chip, and then see how much close combat does. Yeah, Stone Edge. That itself did more than I wanted it to. I might even outspeed here. We'll see. I hope I do. Choji! Hey! I think Rhyperior takes me out, though, after I get the defense drop. Yeah. Rhyperior has a lot of physical defense. Really bad special defense. In fact, to the point where if I wasn't positive it was going to use a Rock-type move, I would have just swapped into Togekiss, and I would have been pretty confident that, like, Dazzling Gleam would have done the job. That's how bad Rhyperior's special defense is. But, yeah, unfortunately, that Rock-type move was a pretty big threat. Like, I could have Air Slashed and probably, like, 3 or 4 hit KO'd it. Rhyperior has no special bulk whatsoever. But it does have good HP and good physical defense, so you do have to be careful on those fronts. Doug Trio. A Lowland Doug Trio at that. I mean, it's still gonna be a Toucanon victim, but I think I'm gonna have fun here. I'm gonna yawn. You didn't go for the Iron Head. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fun. What are they in their types? I'll go through them after this battle. I got you. Yeah, because I don't think I have any Gen 1 or Pokemon from Fire Red Leaf Green on here. Actually, now that I think about it, I think my entire team is unavailable in Fire Red Leaf Green. Except for Manectric. And maybe Hariyama, because they are just Gen 3 Pokemon. But I don't remember how Fire Red Leaf Green interact with Ruby Sapphire Emerald. So it's very possible that, yeah, none of these Mons are available in Fire Red Leaf Green. So yeah, I can definitely go through my whole team and show you. Defeated Ace Trainer Colby. This is a tough victory road, man. Mind you, we're not even in the cave yet. These are like the 2 trainers leading up to. And is that the professor? Am I gonna have to battle the professor? Alright, before I do that, let me go through my team. Let me show you. Alright, so first we have Choji, Hariyama. Hariyama is a Gen 3 Pokemon. It is the second stage and final evolution of a Pokemon called a Makuhita. It specializes in having a lot of HP and physical attack, and it is a pure fighting type Pokemon. Has the ability Guts right now, but it also has some other abilities that it can use from time to time. Just depends on, you know, what trainer wants to use them. Next, we have Toucanon. Toucanon is a normal and flying type Pokemon from Generation 7. And where Toucanon really shines is in 2 places. Number 1 is it can have the ability Skill Link. I'm not using Skill Link right now, but it can have the ability Skill Link. What Skill Link does is any moves that can hit 2 to 5 times will always hit 5 times. So think like Bullet Seed and Rock Blast, which are both moves that Toucanon can learn. Those are always going to hit the maximum amount of times. And then Toucanon's other gimmick, not really a gimmick as an ability, but this one is a gimmick for Toucanon, is this move Beak Blast, which is a 2-turn attack where any Pokemon that hits Toucanon after its first turn of like heating up its beak gets burned. So that's a great way to stop physical attackers, because burn obviously, you know, halves a physical attack and makes them pretty much useless. It's also 100 base power, 100 accuracy. Toucanon, if you know how to use it right, can be very, very helpful here. Next, we have JJ. JJ is a Togekiss. So, Togekiss is a Generation 4 Pokemon, but Togekiss' pre-evolutions, Togepi and Togetic, come from Generation 2. So this Pokemon was added in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum after its previous evolutions have been added in other games. It is currently a normal and fairy type. However, it used to be normal and flying type. Sorry, not normal and fairy. It is fairy and flying, but it used to be normal and flying. The reason for that is because the fairy type did not exist prior to Generation 6. In fact, the only reason why the fairy type exists is because dragon type was so strong, and we can have a whole conversation about competitive Pokemon and why the fairy type needed to exist and why fairy type is actually kind of broken today. But yeah, it's a fairy and flying type, but back when it first came out, it was normal and flying. Emboar, Inosuke the Emboar. Emboar is the final evolution of Tepig. Tepig is the Generation 5, so Pokemon Black and White fire type starter. We were gifted a Tepig in this game, so I decided to grab one and add it to my team. Fire and fighting type. I personally like Emboar. I think it's a pretty cool Pokemon. A lot of Pokemon fans, however, were not too happy when Emboar was announced. The reason why Emboar was, got kind of ragged on is because it's the 3rd generation in a row. Gen 5 was the 3rd generation in a row where we had a firefighting type final evolution. Gen 3, Blaziken, firefighting type. Gen 4, Infernape, the greatest Pokemon of all time. It can 1-tap solo Arceus, 1-tap solo Hoopa, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, everybody. Greatest Pokemon ever to ever exist, firefighting type. And so, Pokemon fans, I think Game Freak was trolling. I genuinely think Game Freak was trolling because they definitely could have made Emboar like a ground type or something. It's a pig, right? I think Game Freak saw how fans were like, how funny would it be if Game Freak gave us yet another fighting fire type final Evo starter, and that's why they gave us Emboar. But I personally like Emboar. I think it's pretty cool. Slow but bulky. Manectric is a pure electric type introduced in Generation 3. It is the 2nd and final stage of the Pokemon Electrike, which was also introduced in Generation 3. Manectric has a Mega Evolution as well. So if I wanted to Mega Evolve Manectric, I could do that. And then we have our starter, Garchomp. Garchomp is a very, very, very powerful Pokemon. Has been one of, if not the most powerful, not powerful, but probably one of, if not the best Pokemon competitively for not currently the best competitively, but from Gen 4 when it was released, all the way through Gen... You can make a good argument, even today, I'll even say today. Since it was released, you have been able to make an argument for Garchomp being the best Pokemon competitively. Even outside of competitive Pokemon, incredible Pokemon. Dragon and Ground type, which is a great typing. The reason why Dragon and Ground is a great typing is because one of Dragon's only resistances is the Steel type, which Ground hits for super effective damage. So that's really good on its own. And then the Ground type is just a good type overall. really fast, hits really hard, also has a Mega Evolution. Isn't Ice strong against Dragon? Ice is strong against Dragon, so that is the trade-off with Garchomp. Like, many other really, really powerful Pokemon, Garchomp has a big weakness in that Ice-type moves hit it for 4 times super effective damage, so it does fear Ice types. However, Garchomp is also fast enough and hits hard enough that there aren't really that many Ice types that directly threaten it. I mean, I have Fire Fang on mine in case of Ice types. I believe Garchomp also gets Iron Head, which runs super effective on Ice types. And because Ice types aren't generally known for their bulk, if you throw like a Life Orb or a Choice Band on a Garchomp, it can deal with a lot of Ice types pretty easily. Because you have not played Generation 4, I'm not going to spoil too much about Garchomp, but when you do get around to playing Generation 4, you will understand why my Garchomp is named Cynthia, and you will, like, subconsciously gain PTSD for every Garchomp that you see. And that's all I'm going to say. But yeah, that's the team. That is the team. Could have been Dark. Which one? Oh, Manectric? You think could have been Dark type? I've heard that. I've heard Luxray people thought should have been Electric Dark also. I think it depends on how you interpret the Dark type. I know Game Freak designed Dark type with the intent of it being like an evil type almost. Rather than like actual darkness, like opposite of light, but more like evil type. But that being said, a lot of Dark type Pokemon, there's nothing evil about them, Like for Urshifu Single Strike is literally like a noble Pokemon. Like it's a good dude. So honestly, I don't know what they want the Dark type to represent anymore. Okay, so that's the Professor. Do we have to battle him? Because I want to go heal as if we had to battle him, but let's find out. Malk! Arthur just relayed good news to me. Thank goodness you're still in one piece. And I forgot that we stopped the region from being destroyed. Dude, this game is so story heavy. It's been like 4 days since I defeated the evil team. And I forgot about it. Well, he said not everything's been resolved, but... Obtained 2 blue shards. Oh, thank you, Professor. 2 red shards. Ah, okay, perfect. Yeah, no, what would I do without these? And the green ones, too. Wow. And 2 yellow shards. Dude, I was actually cooked for the Pokemon League before I got these shards, man. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, though, these are going to be good, because he is right. There are move tutors that take shards as payment. Personally, I would have rather had like a choice scarf or something, but I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. That's what I get for being ungrateful. Never mind. Lesson learned, chat. That's what happens when you become ungrateful. Started choking on my snack. Alright, man. Victory Road. We made it. 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 I've heard of Cynthia. Isn't she a gym leader? Not going to spoil anything for you. Finding how Dark is strong against Dark. Dark resists Dark. Dark isn't strong against Dark. Dark is strong against Ghost and Psychic. In fact, the Psychic type is the entire reason why the Dark and Steel types exist. Way back in Generation 1, as in like Red and Blue, the first Pokemon games, Dark and Steel did not exist at all. There were only 15 types instead of the 18 that we know today. And the strongest one by far was the Psychic type. The reason why the Psychic type was so strong was not only because it had really strong Pokemon like Alakazam and Mewtwo, who were just monsters, but also because it was only weak to 2 types, Bug and Ghost. The only offensive Ghost type move in the game was Lick. And because there was no physical special split, like there was no difference between like physical attacks and special attacks, whether a move was physical or special was determined by its type. So all Ghost moves were physical attacks, right? There was only the one Ghost move of Lick. And the only Ghost type was Gengar. Gengar and its pre-evos, who were also weak to Psychic. So you see where I'm going with this in the way that like, there wasn't a lot you could do against Psychic. Bug types have never really been all that good. Pinsir couldn't even learn any Bug type moves in Generation 1. Do I need Waterfall to keep going? Are you kidding me, bro? Have I really come this far just to have to swap out? Like, oh my goodness. Really? Really? Like, alright, man. Fine, fine. Yes, I'll use another Repel. Yeah. I'm just extremely frustrated because we're still dealing with HMs, but whatever. Oh, that's another thing, Gabriel. HMs are no longer a thing in future Pokemon games. You no longer have to mess up your entire team and the roster and the moveset just to advance in the story. Game Freak finally figured out that players actually would rather play with Pokemon that they like, rather than a team that they're forced to use because of the concept of moves that can't be forgotten but also have to be used. So by Gen 6? Question mark? I think by Gen 6, yeah. Yeah, Gen 5 definitely still has HMs. I think by Gen 6, definitely by Gen 7, HMs are a thing of the past, which is really cool. But what was I talking about before? Oh, yeah, the history of Psychic types being overpowered. Yeah, that's pretty much, all there is to it, is that Psychic types were really, really broken because Bug types have always been, like, kind of lackluster, but they used to be even worse. And then Ghost types just didn't have anything there. The only Ghost type Pokemon were weak to Psychic. So what Game Freak did was Game Freak said, we gotta balance this. In Generation 2, so Gold, Silver, Crystal, they added Dark and Steel. Dark, which is of course immune to Psychic, and then Steel, which resists Psychic. Although Psychic was still like pretty strong, still pretty broken, even back then. Even with like Ghost and Dark, or not Ghost and Dark, but Steel and Dark. Just because, number one, they didn't add, like, that many really strong Steel or Dark-type Pokemon. Like, we got, in Generation 2, we got the Houndour line. We got Sneasel, not Weavile, though. Weavile was introduced in Gen 4. But Psychic was still, like, a very, very, very viable type. And then, the reason why the Fairy type exists is because after Psychic stopped being overpowered, came Dragon. So Dragon was kind of a weird type for a while. Shiny Parasect. Did I run into a Shiny Parasect and I ran from it? It's actually really funny if I was just like talking and didn't notice at all. But yeah, Dragon is a weird, was a weird type for a while because in Generation 1, there were only 3 Dragon type Pokemon, Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. Oh, there's no way you can battle me up the stairs. Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. And how did you high jump kick through my fake out? Does it have inner focus or something? It must. Alright, let's protect and dazzle. Alright. Anyways, there were only 3 Dragon type Pokemon in Generation 1. Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Obviously, you know, Pokemon is not, in most cases, is not at its strongest until it's fully evolved. So there was really just Dragonite. Gen 2 only increased that number by 1 with Kingdra. And then Gen 3 increased it by a lot more. We had Salamence, Rayquaza, Flygon, right? And then Gen 4 came along, we got Garchomp and some more Dragon-type Pokemon. But at a certain point, the Dragon-type becomes super overpowered. Super, super overpowered. Because number one, type matchups. Dragon resisted all the starter types, Fire, Water, Grass, and was only weak to Fire, Water, Grass, and Electric, and was only weak to other Dragon types. And was only resisted by the Steel type, which is a crazy advantage, right? Like, you hit almost every type for neutral damage. You resist the type that, you know, most trainers are going to have on their team. Number one, because they're good types, and number two, because it's what you start with. It was just really, really dangerous all around. And then to only be... oh, Shadow Tag? That's annoying. Alright, I'm going to lose the counter right here. And then on top of that, to only be resisted by one type, being the Steel type, which a lot of Dragon types also got around through their secondary typings. For example, we talked about Garchomp having the Ground type. Was a good way around it. Or like a lot of Dragon types had Fire type, access to Fire type moves too, which are strong against Steel types. So yeah, for a long time, Dragon was just so broken. So broken. But then Game Freak decided, you know what? We need some more balancing. And they said, we are going to make a new type that is strong against Dragon. Not only strong against Dragon, but is actually completely immune to Dragon as well. And thus, the Fairy type came around. I think TM's disappearing were gone by Gen 5. I think so. Yeah. Oh, you got a shiny Parasect? That's what's up. That's dope. Yeah, I think, oh, that's another thing too. Wow. Yo, Gabriel, that's crazy that, like, not crazy, but like, it's kind of cool that you've only played older games, because now I'm thinking about like how much is different now versus back then. Yeah, I forgot. It's a good point, Brennan Tepig, that
TMs used to be like a one-time use thing. So team building used to be so much more difficult. I have so much respect for like those guys that would win tournaments way back. I still have respect for people that win tournaments today, of course. But like the guys that were winning tournaments way back in like the Gen 3, Gen 4 days, bro, where like a TM was a one-time use and like there were no like some Pokemon didn't have like, you know, the hidden abilities and stuff. Let's see what's that. Weather was also permanent back in the day too. So once weather was set, the only way you could get rid of it was by sending in your own weather setter, and that made weather really, really overpowered. It's still really strong, but dude, imagine, right? Imagine you bring a Torkoal with Drought. Your opponent doesn't have a weather setter, and now you get Sun the entire game, and they can't do anything about it. That's nuts. That is an insane advantage. But yeah, Game Freak invented the Fairy type to balance Dragon, and it worked out pretty well. However, now the Fairy type is overpowered, not really by nature of the type chart, which is fine, but just by nature of the Pokemon that are part of that type. My team is getting cooked in Victory Road, dude. I'm so glad I'm not Nuzlocking. I'm gonna get fried by the Elite Four. I can tell already. Let's go back to that Chansey and heal up, because I'm actually gonna get cooked by the Elite Four. Oh, really? Like, alright. And then I have this... Dude, I'm actually gonna get, like, I'm gonna lose. I might black out in Victory Road if I don't do something fast. Dude, there's no way Mega Outrage is a 3-hit KO. Actually, I'm gonna learn Scald in case... Ah, shoot, I messed up. Didn't I just Outrage? Alright, defeat that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna get cooked by the Elite Four, bro. If this is Victory Road... Why does that Marowak look different? Because in Generation 7, they are going to introduce something called regional forms. And those are basically Pokemon that live in different regions than where they're typically found. And those Pokemon have different appearances and different typings. Also different abilities and move pools too. Gabriel, I feel bad now. I feel like I'm telling you too much. I feel like you're learning too much from the channel. I feel like you would benefit a lot more from just getting out there and experiencing it yourself. Because it's good to be informed, but I don't want to tell you too much before you get the chance to play it yourself. Alright, that's definitely going to be part of some sort of puzzle, so I'm just going to grab that right now. But yeah, regional forms come in Gen 7. This Marowak is from Alola, or that Marowak that you saw was from Alola, which is the main region in Generation 7. Yeah, I gotta roll that all the way down here, don't I? Alright, that's kind of annoying, but whatever, I guess. But you should hop on Pokemon Showdown, to be honest. And it's not very often that I recommend people actually start playing competitive Pokemon. Because as somebody who has definitely, you know, very, very quickly rage baited themselves playing competitive Pokemon, that's, you know, typically the reason why I don't recommend people play competitive Pokemon. But you can also play casually on Showdown, right? If you want to just do like random battles. That is a good way to learn all of like the new mechanics and stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, in terms of like learning the new Pokemon, that kind of just comes with playing the games. But there are like so many mechanics that are different from back when Fire Red, Leaf Green were released, that I think you would benefit from playing Pokemon Showdown to understand those too. Most of them were kind of like just unique to the generation that they existed in. For example, in Gen 7, you'll learn about something called Z moves. They're like powered up versions of regular moves that Pokemon can learn. Those only exist in Gen 7. Or like Dynamax is another mechanic that only exists in Gen 7. Oh, Really? Paralysis? First of all, that's my gimmick, alright? Who runs Thunderwave Grumpig? I think that's the most annoying part about Victory Road. It's not the strong trainers, it's the ridiculous sets. Why am I going up against Grumpig and you're up against Togekiss and you use Thunderwave? My speed is 80. You're not a setup, man. Just use the future sight and go. Ugh. Dude, Victory Road is testing my patience. And what was that even for? What was the strength puzzle even about? I guess we'll find out in a second. Is it mobile or on the Switch? Pokemon Showdown is available on mobile. It's a link. Google it. Google it. Do kids still use Google? Do people still use Google nowadays? I feel like nobody uses Google anymore. And I don't mean to sound like old and decrepit and, you know, judging the younger generation, because that's not my intention at all. But like, serious question, do kids use Google? And I ask that because I feel like even like I'll be like I'm on TikTok, right? I'd be scrolling on TikTok and I'll see somebody like comment and they'll be like, oh, I searched this and they couldn't find any videos about something, and then they'll be like, all right, I guess I'll just wait for somebody in the comments to tell me. And it'll be like really like easily accessible information. I'm on a tangent right now. I'm not talking about Pokemon or anything else. I'm just kind of ranting. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like people don't use Google nearly as much. Or if they do, they use like the AI overviews. It's all Chat GPT. I feel like it has to be, right? It's got to be all Chat GPT now. People don't Google things anymore. Is this it? Was that it? Was that Victory Road? Did I make it? Or is this like a secret outside area and then I'm going to go back in? Full restore. No way, I'll never use Chat GPT. Oh, you don't know how happy it makes me to hear that. Oh, it makes me so happy to hear that. Thank you. Oh, God, driving this battle. Double battle, of course it is. Alright, let's do this battle. A Kindler and a Bug Catcher. I wonder how they should be friends. Yeah, no, stay off the Chat GPT. Stay out of it. Don't use AI. Read books. Use Google for information. Yeah, no AI, no Chat GPT. But anyways, enough of me being an old head. I think, yeah, my recommendation would be for you to Google. Again, I don't condone this. I think that everybody should, you know, pay money for the games that they play because the developers work very hard on them. However, I've heard rumors that there are ways to play Pokemon games, literally any Pokemon game, completely for free. And if this is true, I would recommend that you play Pokemon Platinum as soon as you can, Gabriel. So if you have access to, you know, a mobile phone or an iPad or any computer at all, I would recommend looking into that. Oh, yeah, we got this guy. All right. Who's on the field? Durant. Does he have 3 Durants? Oh yeah, because it was the bug catcher saying that the only bug type Pokemon around are Durant. Okay, I guess that's fine. Or they're hoping to beat me and rob me of some bug type Pokemon if I had any. Alright. Is this like a maze now? Is that what I'm doing? Am I doing a maze where if I make the wrong turn I have to battle somebody? Alright, there's another trainer. Yeah. Oh shoot, okay. Avoided them. Dragon Fang, boosts the power of dragon type moves, I'll take that. Is it Diamond and Pearl Gen 2? No, Diamond and Pearl are Gen 4. Gen 4. Gold and Silver are Gen 2. Remember, the generation goes based off of what year the games came out, not the region themselves. which is a little bit confusing. But just because with the existence of remakes, if there were no remakes, then yeah, you would just go based on the region. But because ever since Gen 3 started with making remakes, like Fire Red, Leaf Green being Kanto remakes, but Gen 3 games, then yeah. That doesn't feel right, at least not in my morals. Does it feel right in your morals that the next games for you to play are no longer sold physical copies by Nintendo or the Pokemon Company, and the only way for you to legally play them would be to spend $250 from a scalper online? Does that fit better with your morals? I mean, I hear you, but like, it's a reason why these methods allegedly, again, allegedly, I can't say for sure, allegedly exist. We're gonna go for Diamond next. You're gonna want to play Platinum over Diamond. Diamond and Pearl are great games, but Platinum is just Diamond and Pearl but better. I say that as somebody who started with Diamond. You might be able to find like some cheaper copies some places, but if you want, like, number one, you want to guarantee it's going to work, right? These games came out almost 20 years ago. More than, oh my goodness, I'm old. Jeez, I'm old. Wow. No, not yet. Not yet. Pokemon Diamond turns 20 this year. I know that. I'm not that old yet. All right, Pokemon Diamond turns 20 this year. Yeah, these games came out almost 20 years ago. And the Nintendo DS is such an antiquated system that you're going to need, like, almost like an entirely new copy of the game. Like, refurbished does not really exist anymore for DS games. So if you do find a cheaper copy, there's also the risk that, like, it's just unusable. And you also don't want that. Pirating games doesn't feel right. All right. Let me take off my streamer hat and put on my revolutionary hat. As not right as pirating games feels like, I need you to understand, Gabriel, right? And you're gonna get this when you're older. The reason why people pirate games is because these game studios, like Game Freak and, like, you know, a lot of these major game studios, they are terrible. They are, like, legitimately awful. I mean, they make people, like, work ridiculous hours for low pay to push these games out for us, and then they charge them at exorbitant prices that, like, the average person cannot afford, right? Like, there are people that have to, that cannot afford to play video games because these game companies are charging ridiculous prices, but also not paying the people that actually make the games enough for them to be able to, like, you know, support themselves and their families. So whatever, like, you know, evil or bad moral feeling you might feel from pirating a game, and again, you know, YouTube, this is not me condoning it. This is me explaining both sides of the story. These corporations are 150,000 times more evil, right? For every $50 that the company loses from you pirating a game, they are robbing literally tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from each worker who put in a ridiculous amount of hours to make this game, just for the game to be sold at like 50 times the price it costs the company. Because again, it's cheap for the company because they're not paying their workers. So there, I guarantee you, there's absolutely nothing to feel bad at. It's it's pretty much like stealing from a slave master, you know. Like the way that these conditions are for these game developers, it's really bad. It is really bad. I promise you, you should never. Indie games would be one thing. If it's like an independent game, then yeah, I would say, come on, support the developer. For a big corporation, and again, I'm not condoning it. I believe in people paying for intellectual property. But the other side of the story is that these companies are so rich and they, like, do not care about their employees. They don't care about their players. They care about money. That is all that they care about, is money. So there should be no moral qualms, some people might say. But again, I would never condone that. Nintendo, Game Freak, YouTube, everybody else who might have agency over me watching, I would never condone that. I would say that if you were playing an official Pokemon game, you should purchase the official game. But again, you know, there is the other side that they make them literally inaccessible. Team Cherry is good. Yeah, Team Cherry, it's a good example, right? Like an indie developer. Because it's less about, and see, now I'm getting into like people's views on like capitalism and blah, 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 which I literally never talk about on this channel. But I think it's still a relevant discussion because we are talking about like the ethics of, and Pokemon, like objectively, people pirate Pokemon games. I think I can say that without sounding like I'm necessarily like defending or, you know, condoning anything. People objectively pirate Pokemon games a lot. And so, you know, I think it's worth having the discussion on the ethics behind it and all that. So we're gonna lose JJ here. Oh, wait, okay. We can actually go back and put back Juvie, too. We don't need... Alright, what am I doing here? Let's go Flame Charge again, and then Outrage. Kinda was hoping you would Outrage on Araquanid, but whatever, I guess. Alright, there we go. I've been like half paying attention to this battle and getting cooked. But now that we actually have cleared the path, if I do need to fly back to the beginning of Victory Road, I can do so because I solved the strength puzzle and put Juvie away. So I don't need to randomly have a level 40 Pampor on my team anymore. Let me see though how many more wild Pokemon there are in Victory, or how many more, not wild Pokemon, how many more trainers there are in Victory Road. If there aren't any more, it might be worth it to just make it to the Pokemon League and then swap out the team there. But if there are still a host of trainers, yeah, let's go get our team back. Alright, one guy there, but he doesn't lead anywhere, so I'm not going to go that way. There's a path down here. That just leads to an item I'm going to grab. Nugget. The oldest gen possible without pirating? I don't know how to tell you this, man. If you're playing Pokemon Fire Red on the Nintendo Switch 2, it's too late. That game was not made to be compatible with Switch 2. It is too late. Nintendo just pirated their own game and then charged you $50 for it. But oldest gen possible without pirating would be, let me see, because they don't produce, I don't even know if they produce DSs anymore. Let me see. Or if it's just... Because if the DS 3D... Alright, so the 3DS is no longer being made. That means that Switch would be the oldest legitimate generation, which would start in Gen 8. And I don't mean to keep, you know, trying to convince you, but just to put it into perspective that, that you're already kind of playing an illegitimate version of the game. Only difference is somebody wanted to make a quick buck. So they said, why don't we just do the same thing that we tell people not to do and then charge them a bunch of money for it? But they didn't like, I can tell you for a fact that they did not like do anything to make Fire Red compatible on Switch. They literally just downloaded what's called a ROM. All Pokemon games like have a ROM version. At least all of the older ones do. And they just downloaded their own ROM and uploaded it to the Nintendo eStore. And that's it. That is it. And then said, all right, we're going to charge people money for it now, even though this is widely available. I don't even know if they downloaded their ROM. They might have Googled, what's it called? Pokemon Fire Red ROM, uploaded it to the Nintendo eStore. Knowing how Nintendo is, I made it through this puzzle before, right? This maze before. So why am I... Should have just gone the same way that I went. Here. I will say, this is probably one of the craziest victory roads I've ever done, too. Why am I... Ah, shoot. No! No! Get out of my face! Please! Please leave me alone! Cute charm, of course. Of course. Because there's no peace anywhere. Wait, also, I went back to heal and didn't fix my team. Wait a minute, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not locked in at all. Alright, hold on, let me lock in. Beak Blast. Spore! How do... Moral, okay. Alright, let's lock in. Again. Supposed to go back here, heal. And then I meant to go to the PC. Move Pokemon, and we are going to grab Neck Trick. Gonna go here. If they re-release an old Pokemon game like Emerald Ruby, I might get it. You're getting scammed. Like, you are 100% getting scammed. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is like it's such a big scam that like I cannot in good conscience tell you that you are making the right or smartest decision for yourself by waiting for Game Freak to tell you that it is now okay to pay $70 for a game that was originally released for $20 and has been available for free for the past 15 years. I cannot, like, in good conscience tell you to do that. That's a good idea. At the end of the day, it's your decision, and I won't judge you for your decision, but I wouldn't feel good about myself if I didn't at least tell you that that was a situation. But I do respect your decision, I will say that. I don't want you to think that I don't respect your decision, because at the end of the day, it is yours, and I get it, but yeah. Alright, we go this way. Doesn't even matter which way I go anymore. I've battled like half the trainers in this maze. Yeah, I remember battling them, and then we run around here, and then yeah, no. See them. I gotta go around this way, and that way, and then up, and then there we go. All right, Victory Road, 3rd floor. There's another one. We battled them. That was just an item that way. I don't think that was... Right, yeah, we'll start next. Alright, go this way. I'm even gonna save state like right here too, because I want a powerful Pokemon. I guess, man. I'm so over Victory Road already. Fake Out. Oh my goodness. Ice Body. You would. You would. Alright, Avalugg has pretty abysmal special defense. Probably a Slush Rush. Yeah. That was a lot more annoying than I was expecting it to be, but... Got it out the way. No way! There was a Life Orb here the whole time?! Dude, the amount of time and money that I spent buying it from the game corner. Alright, you know what? 2 Life Orbs can only help the team. So, that's fine. Powdon, Sandstream. Sandstream I don't mind dealing with. Sandstream we can work with. Kind of wish that I had Sandvale Garchomp, but that's okay. Play rough. Who runs play rough on a... I guess somebody who's afraid of fighting types, right? Kind of makes sense. Let's Mega Outrage here. Oh, right, I'm poisoned. Who got poisoned exactly? Was it Sam? Alright. Also, how is it snowing? Oh, because we're at the top of the mountain. Okay. I was going to say, wasn't it like sunny down below? Like, what happened? I don't know if those are the last trainers I'm gonna have to face, but this is ridiculous, bro. This Victory Road is a gauntlet, dude. I'm not even having fun on Victory Road anymore. Like, take me to the Pokemon League, bro. Take me to the Pokemon League right now. Get me out of here. Today. Today. Right now. Get me off Victory Road ASAP. This way. We got this maze. I should start like saving before trainer battles. That way, if I do lose too much health, you know what I can just do? Right? I can just like restart and be like, nope, I know their every move. And just redo the battle without losing health. That way I don't have to go back every single time. Also, I know they said that there would be minimal like healing points, you know, talking about the chances that we can use to heal. I feel like there should be at least one in every section of Victory Road, because it is kind of absurd to have to travel all the way back to the base and then go all the way back up each time you need to heal. Especially like when they know that they made the teams this strong. Like it's I don't know. It does not make me enjoy being on Victory Road when this is the case. The question is, do I battle her or do I battle that old couple? Hard to tell, but I feel like the old couple double battle makes more sense. Oh wait, no, the old couple's further up, so I've already battled her. Okay. I also probably should put my repels back on, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like we're getting close, but every time I feel like we're getting close, there's an entirely new area of Victory Road with even more trainers who for some reason don't have to adhere to the level cap. So let's go. All right. Old couple here. I don't know what they have, but we're going to bring out our dynamic duo in doubles, that being JJ and Cynthia. I'm going to also give JJ the leftovers so that JJ is working to her full potential here. Here we go. All right. 3 and 3. Oh, okay. If I Mega Evolve, I lose speed, but I get attack power. Do I even outspeed Typhlosion before Mega Evolution? I do. Okay. So it might be worth it to just Earthquake here then, and then I'm thinking, right, EQ, and then Air Slash onto Meganium, and that makes the most sense. No, I didn't mean to... Oh, I meant to cancel the Mega Evolution. Oh, that's really annoying. That's really annoying. Wait a minute. But it's all good, though, because I saved before the battle, like I said I was going to do. Alright. Heading back up this way. Yeah. The reason why I didn't want to Mega Evolve, and it doesn't really matter, I just didn't feel like having to think much harder for that battle, and I probably would have. Yeah, is because Garchomp gets slower when it Mega Evolves. That's like the trade-off for getting more attack power. But it gets so much slower that we run the risk of Typhlosion outspeeding us, and a Typhlosion that is the fastest Mon on the field that also has access to the move Eruption, which has 150 base power when Typhlosion is at full HP, is very dangerous. Solar Beam. How? It's Hail! Oh, they gave it Drought as a hidden ability in this. Okay. I was not paying attention. I was like, what? What does that orb do? No, so Life Orb actually does the opposite. Each time your Pokemon attacks, it takes away 10% of their health, but the trade-off is that their moves become stronger by 30%. no, what am I doing? Earthquake. Earthquake probably takes them both out, honestly, but in case it doesn't. Yeah. Oh, Meganium lived. Okay, a little surprising. Go. All right. Could outrage and hit a random target. Sunlight is going to make both of these Pokemon very dangerous. Charizard, because it has the ability Solar Power, which boosts special attack in the sun, and then Shiftry has the ability Chlorophyll, which doubles its speed in the sun. Charizard is another Pokemon who, my goodness, like I get why Game Freak did make Mega Garchomp so bad, because Garchomp was already so good that like a Mega would have been just so broken. But dude, the speed stat, like did you really have to touch the speed, bro? That's Garchomp's whole bag, bro. I can't even click this Mega button because I'm getting bulldozed by Charizard's Dragon Pulse if I do. The speed stat, Game Freak? Really? Really? The speed stat, Game Freak? Oh my goodness. Alright. Let's send in Choji. And then let's go Air Slash here. Could also Dazzling Gleam to get some spread damage, but... Oh, and it's Charizard at Y, because of course it is. Because of course it is, dude. Because my suffering wasn't enough already as it is. And for the love of God, I'm tired of seeing Solar Beam, bro. Get some new moves. Oh my goodness. Like, what generation is it? Drought plus Solar Beam. Wow, how'd you think of that one? See, I knew I should have taught Garchomp, Rock Slide. I also didn't mean to send in Garchomp. I meant to send in Manectric there. Alright, how many turns of Sun is this? This has to be, like, almost done, right? Because we had 2 turns with Meganium and Typhlosion. This is only turn 3 of 5. Jeez. Alright, send in Sam. I just don't think we survive Heat Wave, though. I think that we might be cooked here. Yeah. I mean, I can try to Mega Evolve and maybe take out Charizard. You know, let's do it. Let's do it. Fight. Mega Evolution. And then I'm going to Outrage and hope that Charizard gets baked by this. And then I'm going to Protect on JJ to try to stall out. I could have protected last turn, too, to try to stall out the Sun. And that would have been a little bit smarter. But we'll see. Mega Venusaur, too. Alright, 2 Megas. That's fair, I guess. Not only, right? Not only do you not target the right Pokemon, you don't even pick up a KO. Come on, bro. And then we lose Cynthia to Solar Beam here. Dude, this battle, it's not a fun battle, bro. This is not a fun battle. I don't mind challenging battles. This is not a fun battle at all. Alright, Sam. Typhlosion must have had a Heat Rock also. Because that's the only way how we're still getting, like, cooked from a... Oh, now the Sunlight wants to fade. Okay. Now the Sunlight wants to fade. No, that's great. I don't even have any moves here. You know what? Alright. Okay. Because I know Mega Charizard is strong. What I'm failing to see is how not a single Pokemon can take a Heat Wave, despite the fact that half our team resists Heat Wave. Jeez, man. Like, lock in, team. TM case. Where's Rock Slide? That's the first thing we're doing is teaching Garchomp Rock Slide. Okay, no, I didn't want it anyways. I enjoy having to like search through. There we go. Alright. Such an annoying battle, bro. Such an annoying battle. Although, I'm noticing a pattern. It seems like one trainer only uses fire, the other one only uses grass. So... Alright, Typhlosion's Drought. And Mega Charizard Y is going to have Drought, so it's like not like we can really focus on getting rid of the Drought as early as possible, as much as we might like to. Alright, first thing I want to test is... No, I'm not even going to assume that we outspeed. I'm just going to Earthquake, knowing that Earthquake will handle it. And then I am going to Brave Bird here. This should take out Typhlosion. Oh, because of grassy terrain, ground type moves are weaker. Because of, alright, Alright, let's do then instead Rock Slide. And then we're gonna Brave Bird. I forgot that, oh, and you have a... Dude, you're like the worst. You're the worst. You are the worst type of trainer I have ever experienced in my life. This battle is like fighting like just the most annoying like video game protagonist versus toxic showdown player. That is what this battle feels like, dude. That's exactly what this battle feels like. Okay. Another Solar Beam is coming for sure. And a Beak Blast. No, a Brave Bird or a Roost. Let's Brave Bird. How are you dying to Solar Beam, dude? Oh my goodness. Like lock in! Lock in! Oh my god, bro. Why am I watching my team get 2-hit KO'd by Solar Beam? 2-hit KO'd, mind you. Resist Solar Beam, resist Solar Beam, resist Solar Beam. Is Garchomp and goes neutral to Solar Beam. Has 80 million health points. Why are y'all losing to Solar Beam? Dude, this team was so good up until this battle. For some reason, this one battle is when the team decided to be trash. And I don't get it. I wish I got it. I don't get it. I really don't. Okay. 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 You're not... Alright. Alright. Okay. Typhlosion first. Charizard comes out and is getting hit with the nasty Rock Slide. See, right? Because now nobody's having fun, and that's fine with me, right? I'm fine with nobody having fun. I just thought we were all gonna have fun during this battle, but if nobody's having fun, then nobody's having fun. And that's fine, right? That's fine. We can do that. We can play like that if we want, if that's how we want to do this. No more grassy terrain. That means that my Earthquakes now tear through this whole team. Okay. Alright. Or not. Or not. I don't even know what either of these Pokemon could have potentially used to one-hit KO both of those Mons. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really if you ask me, such a move doesn't exist, but I guess it does. Alright. Okay. Let's do Mega Earthquake. Anium goes down. Fire Fang, and then Brave Bird. Nope. Like, this is just, it's the most unfun battle ever, bro. And I'm trying to beat it with, you know, the core team, right? Like, I'm trying to avoid building a team that's literally just a counter to this team. But I'm not really seeing much incentive to do so, because... Alright. Here... What did you even... Alright. Okay. Alright, you know what? What if we did this? Because now, like, now I'm actually pissed off. I was having fun, and now I'm not. So you know what? Bet that. I got something for this old couple right here, man. I got something for this old couple that's gonna make them say the youth have no respect. I got something for this old couple that's gonna make them say they wish they had stayed in at home, baby. I got something for you real quick. Alright, right here. Boom. Let's swap out maybe Manectric. I don't know, Manectric's still good for against Charizard. We also have Fake out here. Swap out a Inosuke for the time being. And then... Why do you have Keen Eye? You're like the most useless Pelipper ever. Alright, like, I really can't believe that this is a thing right now, bro. I can't believe that this is a thing. It's like a Radical Red type of battle, bro, where it's like you just stop having fun because you get the most, like, rage-inducing team imaginable. Can you stop roosting so I can catch you? Right, because now I gotta, like... I like having fun, right? I like having fun when I play Pokemon, and I hate when I don't get to have fun. But sometimes we don't get to have fun, and that's just the way that things are. What about Inosuke? Wouldn't he be good? Inosuke doesn't have the ability to hit anybody hard enough is the issue. Or fast enough. He's too slow. Gets outsped and taken out by anything. But it's alright. I have a plan. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. See, because now I got a team build, bro. Now I got a team build. And yeah, it's like it's such a Radical Red style battle, bro. Where like everything's going well, and then all of a sudden, yeah, they have, you know, 2 Mega Evolutions on one team, and also for some reason they gave Meganium grassy terrain, and they gave Typhlosion drought. Like, I hate when they start doing that, bro. But alright, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. I'm gonna go here too. Alright. So let's pop this. Max Opel. Here. What's my plan? I'm about to show this old couple. Some real Pokemon battle. That's what I'm about to do. Because I was trying to have fun before, right? Have fun, win with your favorites, hype up your team. But as soon as I saw augmented abilities and double Mega Evolutions, oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's time to get toxic. It's time to get real toxic here. And I do hate to do this because I have been enjoying this game so far, but I'm literally, like, I'm getting Radical Red flashbacks where you just have like the most absurdly augmented opponents ever, and I'm just simply not dealing with that. Yeah, not a chance. But it's cool though. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. I got something for them. Yes, I do. I've got something for them. And that should be... yeah, I guess it should be good. Alright, first thing we're doing, getting rid of this sun immediately. Boom. Now, fire-type moves are once again weak, and their solar beam hits in 2 turns. Just like that. Whole strat cooked. Just like that. Everything that he built was for nothing. Just like that. And I'm going to switch out Pelipper just because when Charizard comes out, he's going to get snow again, or rain again, sun again, and I want to be able to set rain. Boom. Venusaur down. Now it's just Shift Tree. You do not have, repeat, do not have the sun. They cannot benefit from the sun. Boom. Boom. Just like that, man. Just like that. 3 down. See, I told y'all, right? I didn't want to play like that. Like, I genuinely did not want to play like this. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to have fun. Now I'm using a legendary Pokemon with a base special attack of 175. So you see what they do to me? You see what they do to me, right? Because I try to have fun and enjoy playing the game, and they just won't let me. I don't know why they won't let me, but they won't let me. Doesn't even matter what I use here, right? That's a stockpile, and then Psychic for some more damage. Dang, wow, look at that. Just like that, they're down. Just like that, they're down. Just like, you see, I told you, I hate to have to do it to them. I really didn't want to have to do them like that. But, like, I don't know. I just didn't like the way that they were looking at me, the way that they were talking to me. So, unfortunately, had to cook them. Had to cook them. Had to cook them for the one time. Shout out Pelipper, though. Pelipper is one of the best Pokemon currently in the competitive metagame for that exact reason. Its ability to just change the weather. I mean, any Pokemon that sets weather is going to be, like, you know, have some utility. But Pelipper especially. It has bad stats, but a good ability and a good move pool, and it just ends up being like a really good support mon. It's a crazy special attack. Frenzy Plant is also insane. I'm not scared of Frenzy Plant. Let him use Frenzy Plant, because I will take that free turn while they're recharging. And do exactly what I did and tell Hoopa, shoot him in the face with the Psychic. Alright, let's move. Yeah, so thank you, Pelipper. You were great. As were you, Hoopa. Fun fact about Hoopa. Hoopa is the main legendary of this game. Although it's not like the main legendary of any actual main series or spin-off or anything Pokemon games. It has its own movie. And it does play a pretty key role in the Legend ZA DLC. Was it DLC or was it an expansion? Same thing, right? It's just a matter of how much they want to charge you for it. But yeah, Hoopa, cool Pokemon, really cool Pokemon. I was using its Unbound form, which is kind of like its full power mode. But it does also have a confined form that has different typing and usage. Alright, let's keep making our way through Victory Road here. Now that we dealt with that hiccup. Yeah, it does have 150 base power. But, and this is something that will become more apparent as you play, more generations. Base power always comes with a drawback, and what makes it move good or not, most of the time is going to be determined by that drawback. So while 150 base power is insanely powerful, the drawback of not being able to move for an entire turn will end up, it ends up being really, really, really bad down the line. Especially as you get later on in the game and stuff, or if you start playing competitively, not being able to move for a whole turn can be the difference between losing and winning a battle. Oftentimes. Because also, not only can you not move, but it also blocks switching out too. Which actually, I think in older games it used to not do. I think if you had set battle style or switch battle style on, and KO'd a Pokemon with a recharge move, you did have the option of switching still. But I know definitely since competitive is all set, and then in just higher level battles in general, that's usually a bad trade-off. That's why you'll see a lot of moves that are really powerful but either have really bad accuracy or something like a Hyper Beam too, which is pretty much the normal type version of Frenzy Plant. But it is really good if your Pokemon is bulky. So I will say that Venusaur is honestly a pretty solid Frenzy Plant user because Venusaur is a relatively bulky Pokemon. And you do, if you're going to use those kinds of moves, you do want to use it on somebody like Venusaur, who's not going to just get taken out by the first move that it has to face. Because Venusaur has, decent HP, decent defenses. I actually don't know Venusaur's stats off the top of my head, but I do know that Venusaur is known for being able to stick around from time to time. So if they were to use Frenzy Plant on any starter, Venusaur would be a good one. Grass-type starters in general, though, I feel are typically on the bulkier side compared to their counterparts. Fire-types are always the heavy hitters. Water-types, I don't know, because Gen 1 also seems like kind of an outlier for that. Charizard was the faster one. And then Blastoise is, not super tanky, but can definitely be used. Am I really gonna spend time on an ice puzzle, dude? Like, dude, what were they thinking with Victory Road? Yeah, let's make Pokemon Unbound the greatest fan game to date, but let's make players hate us as soon as they get to the end. Right before they're about to finish the game, let's make them not want to anymore. Jeez. Oh my goodness. And in all fairness, I did it to myself, right? Nobody told me to spend 2 hours grinding and preparing before having to go through a 45-minute Victory Road. But like, why does a 45-minute Victory Road even exist? I can't even get off the ice to like regroup and figure out where I'm supposed to go. Oh my goodness. Yo, there's actually no way. There's actually no way. Get me out of the ice. I'm not teaching Garchomp Dig just to go back and like... Oh my goodness. Alright, bro. Like, whatever, I guess. Whatever, like, I suppose, dude. Like... Is this the way through? No, of course it's not. Victory. No, literally, we played Victory for like an hour, 10 minutes, bro. This is ridiculous. Like, Victory Road is allowed to be a challenge, but if I can literally times 900 my game speed, there's no reason for Victory Road to take an hour and 10 minutes. I don't know. It's cool. Design-wise, it looks really nice. But, like, players have already been through so much story that you don't want to get them to the point of, like, finally, Elite Four in Pokemon League, just to hit them with a, hey, yeah, so you know how this game is notorious for putting hours and hours of content before you can actually keep going? Yeah, well, there's more of that. Alright, I'm actually about to Google Pokemon Unbound Victory Road Ice Puzzle. Because this is ridiculous. This is, like, I've been here for too long. I've been here for too long. What is this guy talking about? Facing the stairs on the left side. Okay, this is the last puzzle, thankfully. And then, like, we actually exit after this, apparently. So, that is good to know. Apparently, we're supposed to go here. And then here. And then here. And then here. And then here. Here, 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 all the way across, go up. Yeah, I would have been here all day. I would have been here until 9 p.m., bro, figuring this out. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. Thank God for video game guides, bro. Imagine somebody trying to do this, like, all raw dog. No guide, no nothing. Yeah, I would have been here all day. I would have been here all day. In hindsight, it's not that bad. But... I've been playing for so long, dude. Like, my eyes are so shot, brain so, like, burned. And now I'm about to take on the Pokemon League because love that. Trainer tips. Even on vanilla difficulty, Elite Four gets stronger as you do. Don't be caught off guard and unprepared for these. Oh, well, we knew that, yeah. Basically, it's just saying you can't over-level for the Elite Four, which is fine. We didn't expect that. There's the Pokemart. Pokemon League. Mind you, I don't know anything about these guys. I still don't know what types they use. I still don't know what types they use. Oh, Lord. Nobody tell me either. Nobody tell me either. I'm ready for the surprise. Healing items. Alright, here's where I can buy full restores. Up to 32. I have 1 right now. How many revives do I have? Because it's really just about the revives and the full restores. Revive. 2 in the bag, and then I have some max revives. I can buy up to 64. I can buy, what, 32 of these? Let's do this. I have 1 right now. No, wait, what am I talking about? Buy them all, right? And then... because we can now fly back here whenever we want. New money farm. Yeah. And I don't need to do it a lot, right? I mean, I don't need to spend like 900,000 Poké Dollars at the Pokemon League, but because we won't be able to go and heal in between each Elite Four, you know, we are going to want to... Oh, I have the wrong team for this too. Alright, it's Mega Earthquake, I guess, and then I'll Brave Bird here if we don't get the KO. Yeah, which we do not. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna need JJ up front. I also need to reteach JJ Moonblast, so I guess this was a good reminder of that. Alright, let's see. Oh, because I don't have my amulet coin either, so I'm not getting as much money. Alright. Alright, Genevieve. Bringing you on for another mission real quick. I know we said you can retire, but yeah, one more mission. There we go. Payday, Dazzling Gleam. Have I heard of Terraria? I have. Terraria was like super popular. Still pretty popular, but it was like really getting popular when I was younger, like in middle school. Got to see it's still around. Alright. That should be good. Pokemon League. Mission from this guy. My only friend is my Pokemon. That's sad. Beat it with only one Pokemon. I mean, maybe later on, right? Once I remove this level cap, I can. But I don't even know if it's possible to beat it with a level cap. So with one Pokemon, I should say. Alright, so I have 2 in the bag. How many of these? 33. Let's get 7 more, so now we have 40. As we have 2, we can get up to... Let's get 30. Alright. We are all set. Almost all set, I should say. Forgot to go to Crater Town and teach Togekiss Moonblast, which I keep talking about and I keep forgetting about. It's technically like right above Crater Town. You know, whatever. I feel like it's further if I try to fly there. Go here. Togekiss got extreme speed. And Aura Sphere. Togekiss high-key has like solid moves when you think about it. Oh, Wish is another great supporting move, honestly. But we are going to forget Dazzling Gleam for that. Alright. Pokemon League. Attempt number 1. Let's lead with Choji. All right, we have our save state. We are ready to go. I'm also going to save the game too. Trainer, once you pass through the doorway behind me, your Pokemon League challenge will begin. And once it's begun, there's no turning back until you clear the challenge. Have I healed my Pokemon? Have I purchased essential items? If so, I begin my challenge. All right, let's do it, man. Let's do it. I would like to save the game, even though I just did. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Okay. I like this. So similar to Black and White, they let you choose the order that you face the Elite Four. I wonder if it tells you any statues or anything about them. No. I wonder if I can exit the rooms once I enter them. Alright, let's just start from the left, make our way down. Oh, I can exit. At least before taking the first step. Who knows? Alright, based on the color, so it could be like electric, maybe ground. This is definitely psychic, ghost, or poison. Just based on the color of the room. Pink. Oh, is this psychic? This is probably fairy. Fairy or psychic for sure. This one I have no idea. Maybe dragon. Could be a number of things. And then what was the first one? This one is like ground or rock, I guess. Oh, but we can leave whenever. Yeah. All right, cool. Cool. All right, well, if we think it's ground or rock, let's send in Choji to scout. Let's do it, man. First Elite Four battle. Who dares enter the domain of the Mole Man? Oh, brother. Who am I up against, bro? For years, my fellow mole people and I have lived below ground with only ground-type Pokemon in the earth itself. Yo, who is this? Who's the man's, bro? Get him. Somebody come get him, please. Please come get him. Oh, he only has the one tooth and everything. All right, Mole Man. All right, Flygon level 76 already, and it's a double battle. I just got rid of Dazzling Gleam, and I'm in double battles. All right, well now we know that. With Sandstorm going, Excadrill is a huge threat. Lord, man. And then I guess we just Moonblast here. Why would you protect when you're the Pokemon that benefits from weather? I mean, like whatever, I guess, but. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Giving Flygon Boom Burst is also a very interesting choice. I feel like you don't see that a lot. Oh, Choji's cooked. Why would you use like I don't even understand the move choice at this point. Why are you using Earth Power on Excadrill? You have other moves to use, not Excadrill, on Hariyama. And we can't really do anything until we do something about this sand. Where did the sand come from? Did they give Flygon Sandstream in this? No, there's just sand during the battle. Okay. I mean, we're faster than Flygon, so we can definitely KO Flygon. I'm sure it's gonna be permanent Sandstorm too. I don't think that I mean, maybe if I brought Pelipper with me, right? But we did not. So it's times like this I wish I had knockoff, because I just know that Gliscor has Toxic Orb. What I could do though is I could Beak Blast, right? Potentially Beak Blast, and just sort of hope to, you know, if it does touch me, then we get rid of the Toxic Boost. Rock Slide, of course you have Rock Slide, because like, why wouldn't you? You know, you're extra good. Like that makes sense, and that's not even sarcasm. Like, of course you have Rock Slide. Like, yes. Wow, we're getting cooked. We're getting cooked. That's what I get for going into this without knowing what type he even used, though. All right, cool. Now that we have that rudimentary knowledge, there's a ground type trainer, and I think I'm coming back to him too. Yeah. There is a ground type trainer. BRB, I'm gonna play Clash of Clans real quick. Got you. So he opens up with Flygon, Excadrill. See, I'm mad that I went and forgot Dazzling. Well, no, I have the TM for Dazzling Gleam. Alright, what if we did this? Put our cube. First thing we gotta do is get our items right. Sort by type, so that we get our held items all in one spot. All right. Why didn't I just save state right here, actually, so I don't have to talk to that guy each time? Yeah. All right, there we go. So I think I'm gonna do same lineup here. Yeah. Let's get this guy, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. We know Flygon has Boom Burst. Excadrill has Protect. We're actually going to fake out here. We're going to double target Flygon. Flygon's not attacking this turn, but it is getting hit with a Moonblast, and it is fainting. Perfect. Go. And this should take out Flygon. Perfect. There we go. Choji's not going to take damage because of safety goggles, and JJ is going to get that health back with the leftovers. It's close to a perfect turn as we could have got. Alright, Gliscor is going to come out. Gliscor's Acrobatics, which is a little bit scary. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to take Gliscor off the playing field for a little bit. Oh, Excadrill and Ironhead. How did I forget about Excadrill and Ironhead? Okay, good job surviving that. Glasgow and Rock Slide is a little annoying, but we survived both of them. All right, one of you don't flinch. JJ flinched. Like, what? Really? Both of you? Really? Okay. No, I wanted reliable teammates, but I guess I was just overshooting. I guess that was something that, like, you know, how dare I? My fault. My bad for hoping. Jeez, man. What do you mean you both flinched, dude? And now we lost energy. All right. All you had to do was, like, nah. Let's do it. Bet. I'm not playing with this guy, bro. I'm I'm already aggravated. I am already aggravated by this battle. And it's solely because I refuse to use any team other than my starting team. That's it. Because all things considered, you could probably tear through this team with, like, Pelipper and Golduck. I'm not gonna lie to you. Pelipper and Golduck wash this team. Like, really badly. Really badly. Let me see, actually. Let me confirm. Yeah, Pelipper and Golduck. Pelipper sets up Rain, Golduck Swift Swim, and then you either Surf to destroy Excadrill, Ice Beam to destroy Glasgow and Flygon. So if I really wanted to, I could wipe this team in 2 mons, bro. But I won't because we don't need to. We can have a little bit of fun. Moonblast, here. Excadrill's gonna protect. Flygon's gonna go down. Dude, I'm like, why would you... I'm saying why would you flinch like you did it on purpose, but like genuinely, why would you flinch? Why would you both flinch? That's what makes me mad, is why would you both flinch, dude? Ugh. I can't wait till they add the Pokemon game where you can, like, actually talk to your Pokemon, bro. I'm telling them lock in. That's how you know that the VGC, right, or like the video games are not canon to the anime. The biggest way that you know that the video games are not canon to the anime, bro. Imagine if, like, a real life trainer, bro, like in the anime, that like actually had to go home and like talk to their Pokemon all day. Imagine that, but your Pokemon just lost you like $1 million prize because they flinched on a rock slide. Dude, oh my goodness. That can't be a healthy environment. All right, and then we just protect here to save JJ. Okay, Choji, please don't flinch. Thank you. That's all we wanted. I didn't want anything crazy from you. That's all I wanted. That is all I wanted. Now your defenses are low, so we're gonna swap you out, and that's okay. That is okay. That is perfectly okay. By the vicious Sandslash. Like the adjectives being used here. Sandslash. Does Sandslash get Sand Rush? Or is that just a low one that gets Slush Rush? Let's see. It makes sense for it to get Sand Rush, right? Yeah, definitely gets Sand Rush. Okay. Yeah, how original. Sandstorm in there and a bunch of Pokemon that have Sand Rush. If only I could have thought of that myself. Let's send him a neck trick. On the off chance we don't die here, what we're now going to do is we are going to Mega Evolve for the free Intimidate. Oh, A avoided the attack. Nice. Come on, JJ. Lock in. Oh, double Rock Slide. Oh, you're the worst type of person. And JJ broke through that. Who are you playing with? Actually, who are you playing with? Get out of my face, bro. Actually, who are we playing with? Okay. Somewhat of a crazy play, but I'm going to Mega Evolve here, lower their attack. I'm also going to then outspeed. I mean, I already outsped Gliscor. But I'm going to Leer to lower their defense. And then I'm going to Protect here. Okay, withdrew Sand Slash. I should have predicted that and gone for the Yawn into whoever came in. Quagsire is annoying to deal with, but we do have the Grass Knot TM in our back pocket if we need it. I should have given him an extra move or something, like a flamethrower or whatever. Alright. I'm gonna swap you out so I actually get an extra Intimidate use here. And then, I wish Inosuke still had Grass Knot, but I guess you work with what you got, right? Let's go Sam. I know Sam can't exactly tank a Rock Slide, but at -1, I think we have a better chance. Muddy Water. Okay. Can't say that's surprising. Oh, he's lucky I didn't bring my own Weather Setters, bro. Like, he's so lucky I didn't bring my own Weather Setters. Alright, Fake Out, I feel like it makes the most sense on Gliscor. And then I'm pretty sure I outspeed Quagsire, so I could even Roost here, maybe. If I don't outspeed, my bad. Oh goodness, my bad call. Yeah, I do outspeed. Times like this, so that you really wish you had taught Bullet Seed to Toucannon. Yawn. Oh, you're lucky I don't have the Sleep Talk. If I had Sleep Talk, this would be GG's. Alright, let's go here. Intimidate again. And then maybe I Brave Bird just to get Gliscor off the field. How about that? I'm definitely not going to beat the Elite Four. I'm going to go good stream. Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by. For sure, for sure. Yeah, probably not going to beat the Elite Four this stream. I'm not going to lie to you. But if I can beat this first guy and then regroup afterwards, now that we kind of know what to expect, then I can probably beat them by tomorrow. Good work, Sam, on the Brave Bird there, too. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So he's got, what, 4 more Mons? No, 3 more, because we took out 2 so far. No, we took out 3. We took out Flygon, we took out Excadrill, and we took out Gliscor. Perfect. Alright, Quagsire is still kind of untouched, which is slightly scary, but we do have Choji here ready to come back in with Fake Out, meaning that we can probably get a free hit in on Quagsire. Oh yeah, beautiful. So we're going to Fake Out the Sand Rushmon. And then I'm just going to Brave Bird on Quagsire just because I'm tired of I'm tired of it, bro. I'm tired of the Yawn threat, and I'm just going to handle that right here. Woo! UI Sam, bro. Monster with the Brave Birds. Alright, well, we can pretty much consider this battle done. Man, I think, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, bro. I think the theme of this playthrough is, I'm happy I'm not Nuzlocking. Because if I were Nuzlocking, bro, I don't know how I would do it. I don't know how I would do it. But here's the plan. Swap out for like Inosuke or somebody. And then we are going to Yawn here. Although he does know that I have Yawn now, so maybe he's going to target Togekiss first. Rock Slide. I forgot that he carried Rock Slide here. Oh, but Togekiss lives, but flinches. Dude, JJ, please, man. Please, please. You're the flincher. You're the flincher. Stop selling me by flinching. Alright. Because see now, right, Inosuke is not a great partner to have on the field with Choji. Like, he's not bad. Let's do this. Low sweep. Fake out. We are going to drop this thing's speed down to, because it's at +2 right now because of Sand Rush. It's now at +1. If we land one more low sweep on it, then it's at +0 and gets outsped and KO'd by Garchomp. So, like, we're gonna win the battle regardless. I'm not worried about that. I think now all that's left is to just damage it. Hit a lot of damage on it. So low sleep again, just in case. I don't think it has any spread moves that KO. If it has Earthquake, Earthquake doesn't take out both Pokemon here. Yeah, Earthquake does not take out both of us. Unless it's like Life Orbed or exactly. Yeah, right, I was gonna say. Inosuke was definitely gonna go down, but unless it was secretly some combination of Sand Rush, Magic Guard, and had Life Orb, we were good. Choji with the dub for us. Nice, that is one Elite Four member down, man. And we just had to use 4 out of 6 of our Pokemon to beat him. Ugh. But no Nuzlocke, so we are good for the next time. Alright, that's one down. What's going on? No Mothhaseti. What are we doing? Unfortunately, you might have just joined at the wrong time, bro. I'm getting ready to end stream. Been live for almost 5 hours here. But yeah, gonna go ahead and end here. We'll be live again tomorrow, though. Definitely gonna be live again tomorrow. It's just been sitting in this chair for 5 hours, but I gotta get on with my Sunday. Gotta get ready for work. Gotta prepare food for the week and stuff. Just got stuff to do. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here, man. As always, I want to thank you guys for showing up, showing out, and showing love. Hope you'll have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Fantastic start of your week. And I'll catch y'all next time.